the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
We are not playing because why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still work now on a protest not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare, and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
Ebin power. We are not playing because Ebin power. Ebin power.
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look, help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Person live work now on a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn, and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product (GDP), has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyale Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigerian sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, which Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinational and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products from Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigerian economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Well, I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaye Akishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaye Akishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to 2 commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the 2 commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Radar Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12 and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. right, I'm an unbelievable person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses, comfortable houses, small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that Messiah seen the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure yet, at Lowerden Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then, and this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery, you know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Omandra. Adam Omandra gave birth to children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was a West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts, your house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years. But it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Morocco is not government land. Morocco is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, that. But you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Morocco, and yet the police cannot catch them. if we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you tickets from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. He's the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about 600,000 pounds, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, it's either you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government. I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodin Osho anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodin Osho become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's one of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Mrs. Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, the altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supply to farmers and hectares to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The institute said that the ambassadors are to assist in promoting professional standards to achieve the building of public trust in insurance. They do this by communicating with local businesses, advocating the importance of professional qualifications, and sharing best practice to influence sector frameworks. The ambassadors appointed in Africa are Fumi Babintin Ashaye from Nigeria, Asante Mafo Ahenkofa, chartered insurance broker from Ghana, and Gigi Chen of China, among others. Babintin Ashaye, a chartered insurance broker, was the former managing director, chief executive officer of Cornerstone Insurance PLC and Nikon Insurance PLC. She is an alumni of Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. In addition, she is also a fellow of Chartered Insurance Brokers and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, with a master's in entrepreneurship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States of America. In 2017, she became president, chairman of council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the premier insurance body responsible for promoting skills development and professional conduct among members engaged in the industry. This reinforced her position as a thought leader in the insurance sector of the country. She equally serves on the council of various professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Aside from her existing directorial responsibilities, Babintin Ashaye has won notable awards, which includes the Top 50 Women in Insurance in Africa award, presented by African Insurance Organization, Lagos Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, among others. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. is here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
We need to have safety measures. And so on into this. So to solve complex problems, so they have the amazing ability. As scientists, before you have a scientific theory, you need to have hypothesis. You need to explore the different possibilities. For example, for drug discovery, for cancer treatment, you need to have the hypothesis space, exploration of such space. And these models can do a much more scalable job than a single scientist or a number of scientists. So that's how they're going to help us solve complex problems. They can help us with the exploration. They can help us with the learning from all the data and from multimodal data in the world.
Missy, do leaders in the business community understand the technology as is being put by Pascal? Do they understand what it is about, what AI is, and how is this affecting adoption?
So I think the biggest threat to national security in the United States is the technical illiteracy that is happening about AI, which is much bigger than generative AI. But you know, people think that they hear AI and they immediately think ChatGPT. I want to be really clear, and I'm going to be like Pascal and take on the professorial tone, but a little contrary to Pascal. Generative AI knows nothing. It does not know right from wrong. It does not know truth from a lie. It only knows what's in the data set. And if the data set is corrupted, then it knows corrupted things. The vertical AI is, I think, perhaps the best implementation because you narrowly constrain it. And I worry, and I lecture around the world, that companies who buy into the hype of generative AI are putting themselves at real risk. And if you have a software company that doesn't touch a safety critical system, then fine. But what I see is generative AI and versions of generative AI showing up in safety critical systems. And this is a real risk. People will die. Self-driving cars are making mistakes that end up in injuries. Pseudo self-driving cars like Teslas that with a lot of AI in them are killing people. So we need to make sure, and I think it starts with the C-suite. The C-suite.
All right, it's the early exchange where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That was part of the highlights of submission made at the conference, popularly first referred to as Davos in the Desert Conference. That panel section took place on Tuesday where tech experts talk about some of the concerns as regards artificial intelligence. It's important to let you know that that beautiful face you often see with me on this program is right here as well. Blessing, how are you today?
I'm fine, Femi. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just listening to some of the participants at the ongoing Future Investment Summit talk about some of the submissions and policies that are being pushed for at the summit. It's quite interesting that what they refer to as Davos in the desert has become like a global forum that the world takes note of, and it attracts lots of people, more than 7,100 delegates. That's quite huge. And today we're going to be looking at the direction of the summit regarding AI. It's a wonderful one. I can already see that it's going to be an exciting conversation, even as we have in the studio a data analyst, Sheyi Akindede, who has attended the UN conference on data. He'll tell us more about that. And he was at the GTEC summit that took place in Dubai. I'm wondering why she is not at the Future Investment Initiative, but he's here. He will answer that by himself. Good morning, Shay.
Good morning. Good to see you. Good to be, live present in the studio.
I'm glad you have been joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're supposed to be in Saudi Arabia, but you're right here.
Well,
it's quite better.
Yeah, at least some of these things we can. I mean, there's technology, so we actually are monitoring what's going on there. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's bring in our special guest who joins us all the way from Saudi Arabia. We're being joined by Dr. Patrick Basham, who is the founder director of Democracy Institute, Washington, D.C., and former adjunct scholar and senior fellow of the Cato Institute. Dr. Patrick Basham, glad you have joined us as usual, and good to see you again.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. Always a pleasure to be with you and your colleagues. Looking forward to the conversation.
All right, great. I'm going to start the conversation with you because you are right there. I would like you to give us a first-hand account of some of the concerns. You had a panel session on Tuesday where tech experts talked about issues related to artificial intelligence. Can you give us a picture of some of the concerns raised by these experts as regards the evolution and the paradigm shifts being brought into the economic space by artificial intelligence?
Sure. In fact, I think before touching specifically on what the experts said, I thought it was interesting that before one of the major sessions here on AI, the organization ran a video. The video consisted of person-on-the-street interviews that had been conducted in major cities around the world, just asking ordinary people what they thought about AI. And I mentioned this because I thought the video, those interviews, really encapsulated how ordinary people and also how experts here at the Future Investment Initiative view AI in a sort of headline way. So you had some people on the street in various cities saying, look, this is very exciting. It's incredibly creative. You can see how this technology is going to really advance things for all of us. And importantly, yes, technology is powerful, but it will be controlled by human beings. So that's great. And then you had other people saying, this is very exciting. This is very creative, all of that. But the problem is it's going to be controlled by human beings. And what if they make mistakes, or what if they're corrupt? And I think that debate, that divide about not the power of AI, but how AI will be controlled for good or for ill, is really what was coming through in the discussions that I've been observing here. And I think that was epitomized by those clips you showed introducing our conversation, particularly where you had quite detailed discussion about the fact that it can be a case of bad data in, bad data out, or vice versa in terms of good data in, good data out. The debate of whether AI, like all computer models, are inherently either beneficiaries or victims of the human inputs in the choices that humans make into those models. So the discussion here has really been that, a discussion, a debate. And it's one of the reasons that I think that Davos in the desert has taken a place alongside Davos in Switzerland, the World Economic Forum, as a driver of discussion, because unlike the World Economic Forum, the WEF, where the delegates are sort of told by speakers, this is what we've decided, you should think about this issue. Here in Riyadh at the Future Investment Initiative, on AI, for example, you have speakers with very divergent views about the threats, the challenges, and even if they agree over what those threats or challenges are, what solutions do they prescribe? And the delegates themselves, very different, multifaceted backgrounds, who, like those person on the street folks around the world who were interviewed for the video, have different biases, preferences, concerns, worries, anxieties about AI. So it's a roundabout way of saying that to this point, I don't think the speakers here or the delegates have really found any unanimity over the solutions or the prescriptions regarding AI, but rather an appreciation, a recognition that AI is powerful. It's here to stay, crucially. So it's not a question of how do we ignore it, how do we put it back in its box? Rather, it's a question of how do we harness its obvious potential for good in a way that overwhelms the really tangible dangers and challenges that we all face as a consequence of this, not just advancing technology, but rapidly advancing technology.
All right, good morning, Dr. Bashan. It's quite great to see you again this morning. And I did tell you yesterday that we might be bringing you back to continue the conversation about the FII summit. Now, from all you said about the considerations of different delegates regarding responsible use, in my words, of AI and how it can develop global economy and society. Last year at the 7th edition of the summit, Goldman Sachs did predict that investments towards AI could reach $200 billion by the year 2025. Putting side by side these considerations and the prediction, where does that leave AI at the end of the summit?
Well, there's no question those predictions are proving to be accurate. Everything that was said a year ago about the role and significance of AI in the global economy, I think has already borne fruit. Again, it's not a question of whether AI is going to have an even larger place, even more influence than it did in its nascent period, but rather who is going to, figuratively speaking, is going to control it. So I think that if anything, those estimates, those expectations, those forecasts and predictions may have been modest. They may have undersold the economic investment in AI and the economic potential of AI. And so I think if we look back at, if I'm fortunate enough to be speaking with you again a year from now at FII 9, I think we'll look back at FII 8 and say that, like last year's FII, that the projections about AI in a financial and economic sense were again may have undersold its potential. Entirely separate from the question of what are the benefits and what are the downsides of this amazing technology. There's no question that its economic and financial influence is even more significant than it was forecast even only a year ago.
Now let's see how we can, create a link between artificial intelligence and then the economy. The concern has been how this can be deployed to handling, economic development, like a driving force to advance economic growth. Now, how can this be achieved as regards global economy, and what are some of the risks or the concerns that this could also bring along in the course of implementation of this evolution?
Well, I think there's two paths that are being discussed. One is, you might say, sort of slightly more conventional in terms of the economic focus and infrastructure that most people are familiar with, and that is a discussion that has predates this conference, and is the one that your audience probably be most familiar with in terms of. For example, to what extent does AI substitute for or replace employment, right? And are we talking about low skill work? Are we talking about service workers? Are we talking about creative people? There was one AI discussion here in Riyadh where one of the speakers was pointing out, and he was saying this in a positive way, having a very positive perspective on the future, the influence of AI. He was saying that there are huge numbers of creative jobs within large companies that will simply be eliminated, and AI will fill those roles. And he was saying that this was a very positive thing because he was looking at it from the point of view of a CEO and the cost savings. Of course, some of the people in the audience who might be actually in some of those creative jobs perhaps had a less charitable view of his conclusion, thinking that this company's cost savings would include the loss of their own income. But of course, there it was in a nutshell, the obvious tangible benefits, but also downsides, certainly for some individuals, of AI in the sort of quote-unquote traditional service economy. But one of the paths that has been getting attention here is regarding, and this may be of particular interest to an African audience, is the blue economy. I mean, there was a major session yesterday talking about how the blue economy can be improved for the benefit of the environment, and consequently for the benefit of those who depend upon it. You have several hundred million people around the world whose lives and livelihood are dependent on the blue economy, and that's disproportionately lower income individuals who are disproportionately on the African continent. And in looking at how sustainability, green energy, etc., can play a major role in ensuring not only a successful but a sustainable blue economy, then AI isn't necessarily part of the solution, but it is currently, and I think going forward, going to be part of the discussion about, is there an AI-related, AI-dependent solution? Is AI a way, as with so much technology throughout history, is it a way of sort of jump-starting a solution? Is it a way of doing an end run around apparent obstacles that we face, for example, with determining how best to marry business and the blue economy to everyone's benefit? Does AI, is that the secret sauce somehow? And I don't think this conference has the agreed upon solution or bottom line to what the answer is, but it just reminds us, and I think it illustrates how every policy conundrum, large and small, that any individual country, any region, continent, or the world is facing globally, is going to be assessed and addressed from this point forward with an AI component to that debate. In some cases, a smaller one, but in many cases, a much larger one than perhaps people even a year or two ago would have forecast. And it may even be the preeminent one in those debates. So I think that's a snapshot of how AI is playing out in terms of these discussions. And I think the ripples on the pond, if I can excuse my sort of mixed metaphors with blue and green economies, the ripples on the pond are that when the delegates go home, as it were, that they're going to take these discussions with them. And we'll see over the coming months and years how those AI debates play out, because they're not going to play out globally with one answer. They're going to play out in different ways and to different degrees. And, to state the obvious, ought to be decided.
All right, Dr. Bashan, there is a data analyst in the studio. He's Sheyi Akindede. And so I'm going to take the conversation to him now for a bit. Sheyi, you've heard many of the things that Dr. Bashan has talked about, the considerations of the delegates. First of all, is about responsible use of AI. There are issues about ethical use of AI, issues of bias, privacy, and all of that. And he mentioned too that on the use of AI, some of the CEOs were gladdened to know that AI could reduce the cost of operation. You could have artificial intelligence replace some human-done jobs. And they were gladdened by that. But on the other side, we know that for those who might be affected, it may not be a good one for them. So how do we bring all of this together, balance the considerations as well as what AI could do?
Thank you very, very much. I listened to Doctor, and I think he's made very, very valid points. And I also want to say that, when we have new technology like this, there's usually this skepticism. There's usually this, oh, what is it going to? And I liken it to, two things, essentially. When the Wright brothers created the plane as well, people were very skeptical. We had never seen this kind of thing before, something that will be moving through the air. What if we have crashes? What if we have this? Yes. Has it stopped crashes? No. But do we need air travel? Does it solve a problem? Do we need it? Does the economy of the world need it? Yes. And I think AI is going to be just like that. So while the worries are there, the ethical issues, the biases, the, job losses. But you see, what we do not realize is that in losing certain types of jobs, in certain types of things that we're doing, it creates new things, which is going to lead me into my second analogy of the internet. Also, when the internet came, there were a lot of people skeptical about job losses, people who were delivering letters, post offices were skeptical. Oh, if you have email, you can send email, people can now become journalists, you can have a blog and become your own, you can be your own reporter, you can have a YouTube channel and then have a channel online. Are people still going to be using the traditional media? But guess what it has done? It has enabled other industries. Before the internet, I'm sure we probably not have had anything like software engineering, in school. We'll not have even things like cyber security, things like web development. Look at all the jobs that it has brought about. Now we have, digital marketers, we have influencers, we have social media, people making. So it's created a new wave of, jobs that we would never have imagined. Now kids are growing up, they don't even want to be traditional medical doctors or lawyers or engineers. A lot of them want to be like my daughter. She wants to be a YouTuber, and that is a job these days. So the same thing is going to happen to AI. AI is going to engender jobs that we can't even see now. So I think we need to take it on board. We need to, yes, there should be some kind of regulation on it. There should be some kind of, oversight function so that we do not allow, because at the end of the day, it works on data. And if there are biases in the data, if there are, like he said, human beings are still going to control it. But if you think about it too, we need to put our trust in humans. Human beings fly the planes. So at the end of the day, the trust is still going to be on the humans who are getting this data and implementing it. So we just need to put in some kind of, maybe every country, I know that, I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia, but I know that in Dubai, there is a ministry of artificial intelligence now, so it is actually being taken over by government to see that anybody who is going to be implementing these things would have to follow certain due diligence and due process. And I think that's the way forward.
Before I get back to Dr. Patrick Bashan, let me also point your attention to what one of the tech giants said at the conference. That's Elon Musk. He said, and I would love to quote him, he warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence models. He said they are woke rather than maximally truth-seeking. Now, which points to the fact that the issue of control that you raised earlier. Now, he's also raising the concern about the danger attributed to the use of some of these artificial intelligence models, which somehow calls for the question for control. Now, the fear on the part of some people is if this kind of models, falls into wrong hands, what will be the impact of that? So as a tech giant or an expert in this area, how do you think globally this idea of control or the responsive use of AI can be achieved at a global level? Now that the evolution is here, how do we strike it in the more before it becomes a bigger problem?
I think that's now the job of, regulators, so just the same way when we had the internet and people started, the first people to use the internet back in the day were people that were using it for activities that were nefarious, people using it for things, and that's why right now we have scammers and all that. So what happened? They now started regulating, people connecting to the internet. So if you want to be, say, an ISP, for instance, there's a license you have to go for. And in getting that license, you have to, meet up with certain standards, meet certain regulations, and then you keep logs so that anytime anything happens, we can trace it back, to you. And that's what birthed something like, cyber security. So the same thing is going to happen in to my mind, in artificial intelligence, whereby for people training models, yes, there are biases, because at the end of the day, if I want to train a model and I gather all the data that supports my motive and I put it in there and people are using it, definitely what it will regurgitate will be the data that I have fed it in. So we have to, when in training these models, we have to it will have to take away the biases, human biases that we have, and we train, and it's there right now. Like, for instance, if you want to generate any kind of image or picture, it gives you images and pictures that are not relevant, to us. That's because the data that that has been used. So it also means that in our own environment, say in the African context, in the Nigerian context, we also now have to start to look at creating our own models, using our own data, so that we can balance the equation. But if we don't do that, somebody is going to do it on our behalf, and that's what will happen. And if you look at the way it is, just like Google Maps, for instance, if you ever use Google Maps, you find out that there are some places where you put in, it doesn't understand. That's because the data was not, put in. So there are certain levels of biases. So that's where government, that's where regulators will have to come in and have to put the stakeholders, the people who are, implementing these models there. And Elon Musk is quite right. If you use the wrong data if all the data you are using is something that supports your own vision, your own biases, your own, view of life, then it's not going to make any sense if people are going to use it. So there has to be a level playing field where we have, this data that cuts across board, that is able to give us the information that we want unbiased.
All right, taking the conversation back to Dr. Bashan. Now, if $200 billion was predicted to be invested in AI at the 7th edition of the FII Summit, and from what you said, that prediction is coming true. Now, Shay has also brought in the angle of training of this artificial intelligence, training of these machines and new innovations, new devices that will be used. What is the conversation around the development of this in terms of the need, the regions, and the intent of these machines that are going to be developed to begin to carry out artificial intelligence functions?
Well, I think the one thing that there is unanimity about is the fact that the need for you say the machinery to train AI, and then of course then we start getting into the obvious, but the not necessarily intractable, but the major questions of, well, okay, who develops them and how do they do so? Now, there's no question that the delegate population at an event like this has the skill set, has the esoteric knowledge and skills to be very much a part of that conversation. In fact, I think in terms of some of the individuals and companies represented, driving forces in that space. So I think there's a great deal of confidence that sufficient intelligence and resources, financial and in terms of human capital, are going to be applied to answer that very question of, who, or rather, what trains the machines. But that then takes us right back to the question of who who is training the machines to train the AI. And just, I mean, your expert guest in the studio, I mean, I agree 100%. Historically, we've always been anxious and nervous about new technology. And history tells us that in most cases, in net terms, technology has been beneficial, even though in almost all cases there are some downsides. But I think where the training of AI starts to lose its unanimity of perspective is that very question of who rather is going to be the driving force behind the technology. And I mean, as someone in my role, someone who studies public opinion and public attitudes very closely, I think we're in a different position than we would have been, let's say, even a decade, certainly 15, 20 years ago. By that, I mean that if AI had been where it is now a decade or more ago, most people would have obviously recognized the challenges and had concerns, but there would have been a far greater sense of trust that the people, the quote unquote experts in the field and in policy making, for example, that would be the ones controlling it, controlling this new technology, that they would, on balance, have the best intentions and in more cases than not, do the right thing. But today, public trust, not just in the West, but elsewhere, has been so reduced, even destroyed, across almost every institution of significance. Obviously, the media, but politics, big business, so big tech, the education systems, that so many people, most people, no longer presume that the experts that are put before them are necessarily in possession either of the facts, or if they are, whether they are willing to share them rather than use them to further a particular agenda. All to say that lack of that distrust of experts means that the challenge for those driving AI forward, totally for financial and business reasons, are going to be faced with an additional challenge, a public relations challenge of not only convincing people, the general public, that these machines that are going to drive AI are a force for economic good, and that the people who lose their jobs will be outnumbered by those who will gain, as your guest was suggesting, gain jobs that we don't even know about yet in many cases, but that those who are guiding the overall process have society's best, the general interest at heart, and they're not simply furthering a particular agenda. And the problem is that even if none of those negatives are present, there are many people who today their default position will be that they are. And so there's an enormous communications challenge as well as a financial and economic challenge for the individuals, the institutions, the companies, the governments who are currently driving the AI train.
Let me bring Sheyi in here now. The theme for this year's summit is rebuilding trust. We're at a time where the world is more divided than ever. You have conflicts in the Middle East, and they're due to all sort of political concerns. And now you have AI coming into the picture to drive the narrative. How do we ensure that instead of reinforcing the divide with the use of AI, it's helping to also strengthen the trust among nations? You're aware of what happened between the US and issues related to the use of TikTok, the issue of data and the suspicion about China or the link to China. How do we ensure that now that AI is driving the narrative, rather than reinforcing the distrust or the trust gap that has existed, is also helping to facilitate the trust that should exist, or the unity that should exist among nations?
That's a very thought-provoking question, and I think more than anything, I think we need education and awareness. The problem has always been that, and I understand the angst coming from several factions, several sectors of the economy, but I also believe that, like Dr. Patrick said there, that technology has been a net positive. However, when it starts, there's always that, we're quick to look at the negative aspects, and that is due to lack of people understanding what this technology is supposed to do. And at the end of the day, you see, the problem is not AI, it's not technology, it's not the internet, it's not. The problem is actually the use case to which it is put. Any piece of technology can be used for good, and any piece of technology can be used for bad. So I think it is the education we need to, talk to people that matter. We need to talk to policy makers. That is, practitioners need to look at it. Yes, the challenge is that practitioners like us in the field, we're quick to always, tout the positive. Sometimes you also need to talk about the negative aspects so that the policy makers would understand that, okay, we can use this thing for good. We can use this thing, for anything can be. I mean, like, people go to school to read chemistry and then you mix chemicals together and you have drugs. AI can give you drugs. But at the same time, some people go in there and mix something and it becomes poison. Are you going to blame chemistry? Are you going to blame science? No, you're going to blame the person. So at the end of the day, like you said, it's education and it's the person there. That's why we have to be ethical about what we do. That's why we have to understand. And then the policy, the people making the policy too, should understand not just the general, technology. They have to understand specific use cases as it pertains to, maybe for Africa. And you see, when technology comes, when it is new, I always look at it from, like, for instance, this is the worst AI would be. Anything from here is progression. When the internet too came, there were a lot of things that we do now. I mean, Dr. Patrick is talking to us from Saudi Arabia through technology. How would this have been possible 10 years ago with the kind of bandwidth that we had on dial-up? But because we have broadband now. But guess what? Back then, too, people were thinking, the internet. But look at the progression. We have technology now that would allow anybody to be anywhere. We are in the studio. He's in Saudi Arabia. You can get someone from US joining. And that is the net positive. However, also, people are using this same technology for negative things. So the challenge is, like I said, is to understand the dichotomy, to look at all the sides, and then policy makers will now sit down and formulate policies. What necessarily would work in a place like Saudi Arabia or New York or Dubai may not actually work here. So we have to come up with our own. When the internet too came, and I remember when you go onto the internet, there were not African websites. All the websites we were seeing were American websites, the foreign. And over time, people here started building, developing our own websites, developing our own payment systems, developing our own. So I think AI and all these technologies too, eventually we'll get it. I'm sure by next year, 2 years time, we will see the progression and we'll see that, oh, wow, this is. And as we are seeing these things, remember that technology would always precede any form of regulation or policy. Policy would come after we've seen the use cases to which, so we can now use the policy to address it. But by and large, education should be number one. And I think it has to start from, schools. We have to start at the grassroots, at the, like doctor was also talking about, the blue collar people, to know that right now there is technology, that can literally help you, that can transform you. And then when we start it, I'm sure in the next 2-3 years, we'll start to have courses in maybe AI policy, for legal studies, AI technology for computer engineering students, AI this, and that's going to bring about new jobs that, creative people will bring about. Education and awareness should be prime in our thinking.
All right, Dr. Bashan, you highlighted the conversation moving towards blue economy, green economy, and the use or the application of AI in these sectors. For one of the things you also mentioned is the level at which AI can be used, but what is guaranteed is that for every aspect of life, there will be the AI element. Now, at the summit, what area about blue economy, green economy, did the delegates look at regarding applying artificial intelligence, and what kind of investments do you think are going towards this area?
Well, I think how AI is being looked at, it's all obviously hypothetical, or mainly hypothetical. Maybe the experts know more about it than I do, but the sense I have from the outside looking in is that the aspect of AI as applied to the blue/green economy is there a way of, you might say, programming the kind of finesse and management, if I can use that word, it may be a little crude, management of the blue economic the ecosystem, both economic ecosystem and environmental ecosystem? Is there a way of doing that that brings advantages that are greater than the sort of traditional, either government dictated, centered approach to managing ecosystems, or a private business centered approach, both of which have their advantages and disadvantages? I think most people these days, certainly at a conference like this, would say that there are greater advantages and fewer disadvantages to the private rather than the government-led approach. But nevertheless, that question of whether you might say the not the problem, but the challenge of finessing that management of such a fragile but crucial ecosystem, can it be, as it were, handed over on a day-to-day basis to AI? And I think you have some people who are saying that's the obvious prescription that we need, so that we are less reliant on the day-to-day, the day-to-day, not say foibles, but prejudices perhaps of those for whom profit-seeking might appear to be their only, or at least their bottom line consideration. And then, of course, the pushback on that is that in theory that sounds great, but once again we return to the question of who dictates, who controls to the AI how they are going to perform that day-to-day management. So could the technology be the silver bullet here that provides perhaps a historic answer to that public-private debate over management of ecosystems? Or is it really camouflage for the fact that we haven't progressed intellectually? We don't actually have a new answer, and that simply saying the technology is the new answer is convenient. But as your guest in the studio, I think, was suggesting correctly, the solution, neither the solution nor the problem is the technology itself, it's its application. And so whether we're talking about the blue economy or the green economy or any other more quote unquote traditional element of the global economy, the technology applied is less, its outcome, its end result is less about the nature of the technology itself than it is the human element that applies that technology and the choices it makes about that application.
All right, Dr. Basham, I would like us to make reference to what the government of Saudi Arabia is doing in respect to artificial intelligence and how that can be a lesson or reference for other nations. You are following the trends of event in this location. Now, you observed a few days ago, the government of Saudi Arabia has to release billions of dollars for startups to encourage the use of artificial intelligence. And the aim of having this kind of conference by the Crown Prince is also to position Saudi Arabia as a global leader when it comes to investment and, most importantly, artificial intelligence. What are some of the lessons for other nations as regards what Saudi Arabia is doing? How successful has it been? And this kind of model, what could be, if it's going to be replicated in other nations, how will it help to also be a driving force for the growth of the economy and the advancement of other nations?
Sure. Well, I think there are many lessons from the case study, the ongoing real-time contemporaneous case study that is Saudi Arabia regarding economic diversification, and as you correctly suggest, AI being central to that. I think the principal lesson that I would suggest to other countries is that our choices matter, and that may seem like a really simplistic and obvious thing to say, but I think too often governments around the world, global South and especially increasingly in the West, act as if bad performance economically, for example, or environmentally, you choose your sector, bad performance is something that just sort of happens to us. It's something that's almost fated, and that so, for example, If we're suffering from inflation, then the government will turn around and say, yes, inflation is too high, but it's high all around the world. As if, like the weather, it's something that just happened to us this month, or today. But inflation, like foreign investment, lack of capital, lack of whether it's domestic investment or poor trade relations, they are a consequence of our decisions as governments. Obviously, it's an interdependent, a dynamic, and competitive marketplace. So we can only do so much. We are dependent on what others' decisions are. But that is the nature of economics and economic policy making. And I stress this because I think too often we allow our policymakers, our governments, to get away with poor decision making. And we have an example in the United States where the person running to continue Biden administration's policies is running, rightly or wrongly, as if they have not been a part of that administration. And so Saudi Arabia has decided several years ago that it wanted to enlarge and expand its economic footprint and the nature of it. It was not going to be a traditional energy focused economy, and has made great strides in several years, so that now half the GNP, for example, is no longer sort of an oil dependent GNP. But it's done that by making certain choices. Now, obviously, Saudi Arabia had and has a great deal of financial muscle to apply. But again, if you're going to apply that financial muscle, you have to do it in smart ways, and largely they have done so. And so the decision to diversify is a risky one, it's a brave one, and it can blow up in your face. And governments around the world in recent times and in the past have made those kinds of decisions, and those decisions have blown up in their faces. But the Saudis, I think, have made some very smart choices, and their fundamental determination to be more involved in the global economy, to be more not just Western facing, but globally facing, right? So this means specifically two things, or principally two things. It means that they have continued to invest around the world, investing more and more. But interestingly, counterintuitively for some, they've also been encouraging investment in their own country. So you have far more capital coming in from external sources to Saudi Arabia, and you have more Saudi capital leaving the country. You have the Saudis much more determined to deepen trade relations around the world. And they've done so across all these sectors in a way which I think is a very realistic approach. That is, they're explicitly seeking the self-interest of Saudi Arabia. And today, sometimes that's viewed as a radical approach, and sometimes it's viewed as a commonsensical approach. But for the Saudis, it means that they are willing to engage in trade and economic relations pretty much with anyone if it's in Saudi Arabia's interest. And that, again, it's not a new experiment, but it's a contemporaneous experiment. And we'll have to watch to see how that plays out for them, because there will be lessons from that for countries around the world. But in terms of AI specifically, the Saudis have said, AI is here, it's not going anywhere. Why shouldn't we get our arms around this technology and ensure that whatever role AI plays going forward in the economy, domestically and globally, we think it's going to be large, but we're going to be central to that. And so they are investing the money and the human capital. And the Future Investment Initiative is a good example of this, where they are, you might say, celebrating the importance of AI, but in trying to figure out simultaneously that celebration of the power of AI, does it foreshadow some difficult challenges ahead in policy terms and in financial terms and perhaps in political terms as well, right? So as the Saudis move into new areas like minerals, as they move into green energy in massive ways, they are attempting to marry this more global facing, more transparent, more interwoven economic role, marry that with the technology of AI, thinking that this can sort of ratchet up the improvements. Now, this, of course, is a an experiment in real time. It's ongoing. They are, in a sense, a global South Guinea, maybe the global South guinea pig, because of their resources and their focus on this new approach. So I can't sort of sit here today and say, okay, it has all worked 100% or it's failed 100%. I think the signs so far are very encouraging for Saudi Arabia and therefore for those who would learn lessons. But it is very much a case of watch this space. And I think as the Future Investment Initiative continues on down the road and gets larger and, most importantly, more influential, then we'll have more and more opportunity to study and learn from the Saudis the pros and cons of their approach.
All right, Dr. Bashan, you understand that technology is advantage for whoever is using the technology. Now, artificial intelligence does not work alone. It works alongside other emerging technologies like blockchain and the others. And there have always been a digital divide. What are the submissions regarding closing this divide using artificial intelligence?
There's tremendous concern and appreciation here at the Future Investment Initiative, as there was last year, but I would say it's even more palpable this year, that there is a divide, there is a digital divide, and therefore there is likely to be an AI-based centered divide as well. And that there needs to be tremendous focus on minimizing that divide, bridging that divide. Now, you might say, I think that's important, and I think it's the correct recognition, because it correctly recognizes one of AI's principal challenges in a geopolitical sense. But the truth is, that's the easy part, right? The easy part is identifying the problem. The difficulty is dealing with it. And so the discussion that's ongoing here, and I'm sure it will continue next year, does not produce easy answers, right? So we know from the recent experience with climate change debate, the income inequality, you name the issue that has been more pressing perhaps for the global South than other parts of the world, and the parts of the global South that are on the deficit side of one of these respective divides. Global, that is, in this case, Western appreciation of the existence of the problem, and even a commitment to help resolve that problem, does not necessarily produce the desired outcome. And so I think it would be massively premature for me to say, well, I think this is what they're going to do. But the truth is, I don't think that that is here at the Future Investment Initiative or other influential organizations and meetings around the world have really truly come to grips with what are the necessary they know what the challenge is, what are the necessary changes that need to be implemented. So it's the risk of sort of providing you with what sounds like quite evasive answer. I just don't think that the progress has been made yet intellectually and in policy making terms. Now, 12 months from now, if we talk about this, then hopefully there's something a little more concrete sort of on the table, either that's brought to the Future Investment Initiative because that's what governments, et cetera, and others have been doing over the subsequent 12 months, or because it germinates out of this kind of a meeting, as so many good ideas have done over the last several years. So again, we have to watch this space, but you identify what is certainly one of the principal, but perhaps until recently, until a meeting like this, one of the less appreciated challenges that AI provides us, along with all the others that we've already discussed this morning.
Nice submission there, and what a way to wrap up this conversation. We must say a special thank you to Dr. Patrick Bashan for creating time out of your busy schedule to have this kind of conversation with us. Wish you more success in your endeavors, and as you enjoy the rest of the conference, talking more about how to make the continent better. We hope to have you again, maybe when next we need to talk about the US election, which is coming up in a few days. Thank you so much for your submission on the issue of the investment and the Davos in the Desert conference taking place in Saudi Arabia.
It's been my great pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we're not done yet. Sheyi is still here. You heard what Doctor said. But before I have your, closing remarks, I want us to take reference from what Elon Musk said, and I'd like us to take that soundbite now, and for us to take a listen thereafter. She will react to that.
And that by 2029 or 2030, we might see AI as capable as 8 billion humans. Are you still seeing that pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to quantify exactly, but I certainly feel comfortable saying that it's getting 10 times better per year, which is, let's say it's, 4 years from now, that would mean 10,000 times better.
How do you think about, the upside will take care of itself. How do you protect against the downside?
Well, my instinct with respect to AI safety is that you have to create a maximally truth-seeking AI, which may sound obvious, but that's what I'm seeing being produced is not maximally truth-seeking. It tends to be trained to be politically correct, and for a lot of the AIs that are being trained in the San Francisco Bay Area, they have taken on the philosophy of the people around them, which kind of makes sense.
All right, that was the special interview session with Elon Musk talking about the perception as regards artificial intelligence replacing human in the next 4 years. Now, let me seek the opinion of Sheyi in this regard. You heard what that tech giant said, Elon Musk, as regards the question was put to him, what he foresee to be the evolution that could arise from AI in the next 4 years, the concern about AI replacing, artificial intelligence replacing human intelligence. What's your take on that?
I tend to agree, because right now we're moving towards AI agents. If you're in the industry, you find out that people are now creating specific AIs that can solve specific problems, which is what the video that ran at the beginning of the show, where people are building vertical AIs. So you are building an AI that can understand, a niche area. And you see, the good thing about that AI is that because an AI does not inherently have any bias, like a human being, you can be doing something, you can get tired. So the way you do maybe the first thing may not be the way you do the 10th thing, because by that time you are tired, you are exhausted, so the energy isn't there. But you see, when you have robots, when you have AIs doing these things, they do it across board. That's why you have, if you go to some factories now, they've largely replaced, I was watching a video on how they manufacture the fuselage of an airplane. Everything is machine based, because they know that machines will not get tired and they can run for 24 hours. However, in saying that, yes, it will take some of those repetitive tasks from human beings, then it leaves us with more creative tasks. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing you're even saying it. I was in a university this week where people were saying, if AI is doing assignments for people, you give them assignment. A D student last semester in physics is now an A student because you give them assignment, they put it in AI. And I said that, look, that means that even the educational system would have to move from lower order thinking to higher order thinking. It simply means that instead of asking students, please name the parts of an insect or name the parts of a computer, you are not going to be moving from, naming and identifying, to more things like evaluating and creating, that's developing new solutions, which is what AI is really doing. AI is good at things that humans find very difficult to do, so it can find patterns in things, it can coordinate things, it can, correlate news stories, it can bring this information, match it with this information, find patterns. And that's why people are even talking about using it in healthcare for cancer drug discovery. Now, human beings have discovered drugs for a particular cancer, and it can look at the molecules, match it. Okay, I can match it with these molecules here. You do, it gives you that idea. But at the end of the day, a human being is still going to be the one to put, these things together. So there will still be a lot of jobs, but the jobs will now move from people who are just doing repetitive tasks, data entry, doing the same thing, changing engine oil. We're not going to move to things that are more creative. I think the world is going to actually be a better place, because once that changes, human beings now know that we can now create more things. I can almost say that within the next 5 years, we're going to see innovations that we can't, even our brains now cannot fathom, which is what Elon Musk is trying to say. But the thing again is that the lower order jobs, people who are not ready to upskill themselves, who are there thinking, you have to upskill, you have to be able to use these tools. It's almost like the internet. Everybody is using the internet now. And I like the last question you asked, Dr. Patrick, about advancement. And I'm also surprised. I think our own problem here is that of mindset. Because when you go onto the internet, the minister is always talking about AI using, and people are saying, you are talking about AI in a country where we don't have roots, where we have not eaten. But we forget that development is not linear. Development is not serial. You don't say because you have not eaten, then we okay, let's provide food first, then before we do these things in parallel. Look at what the mobile phone did for us. We didn't have landlines. I don't think anybody in my own age ever used a landline, like that. But look at everybody's carrying mobile. So we fast-tracked our development just because a government came in and said, instead of building lines, cables, why don't we just move to the technology that is available, which is, and that's the same thing that's going to happen to AI. We can say because we don't have roots and we don't have power, then we should not develop the other side. And I think we have to, change our mindset. And if you look at all these countries, there are airports you pass through now, they don't stamp your passport again. You just walk through it. There's a camera, it scans using AI, it matches it. The gate, smart gate, it opens. You don't stamp. In fact, one of my colleagues that we went was even scared that we just walked through this gate. Nobody stopped us. Nobody, are you sure we're not illegal? And that's what technology, and the thing is, everything has seen you. Where they have issues, okay, maybe your passport cannot be seen or it's cracked a bit, then you go, there's a human who is there, and in 2 seconds, you have passed through it as well. The passport we carry now, there's a chip inside with all your biometrics, so you can't forge it. That's what technology is going to do, and that's why we have to embrace it.
Okay, Elon Musk also highlighted something very crucial, which is AI truth-seeking and AI and political correctness. So, Dr. Bachin spoke on that, the distrust for the experts. Where is what should Africa be doing? Should there be a sort of protectionism by every region if there is a distrust? And sometimes it's not clear whether this is AI truth-seeking or this is about some political correctness. How do businesses and even regions build an advantage where, in a bid to comply with the trend the world is going, you are not disadvantaged by some political correctness?
Thank you. And I think that's the problem we have here. We have a problem of trying to over-regulate, new technology. So in order for it to be, like I said, AIs are but you don't want an AI that is politically correct. You want an AI that gives, alternative views. Okay, at the end of the day, let the human being, it's like election voting. I want to be able to, I don't want to always hear the good side of, this party or that. I want to be able to make my, decision. So when we overregulate, it stifles innovation, which is why if you look at all, Elon Musk is in America. There, he mentioned something about the models being developed in San Francisco. How come the models are not being developed in Europe? Because there is over-regulation. So innovation is not coming out. And where innovation is not, you don't have innovation. People will migrate naturally to where. So we have to relax some of these rules. Look at what works. Yes, there will be mistakes. There will be errors. There will be a few. I mean, the lady at the beginning in the video you ran was saying, self-driving cars are killing people, And I'm thinking to myself, when the Wright brothers started playing, planes were crashing. In fact, one of the most difficult jobs in the world is a military pilot, the person who's going to fly a plane for the first time after manufacture, because you don't know what can go wrong. But you see, we have to there will probably be errors, there will be mistakes, but in that error, that's where economies advance. We fix those issues, and then we now look at what works, and then we now have industries that will now come and say, okay, we have these errors. People will now start to study, and I give an example of internet and cybersecurity. Internet has come to stay. It helps us. People can be here and you can get a degree from, but cyber criminals are also using it. We have the fraudsters, we have the 419ers, we have the scammers, we have the Yahoo boys. But now there's an industry called cybersecurity that is monitoring, that. So it has created new jobs, it has created new industries. We have software development. The same thing would have to happen to, so our policy makers, I think our policy makers need to be going for conferences, like this, like the Davos in the desert, like even, UN, so that they are sitting in, and I'm not talking about government officials from maybe the Ministry of Technology. We have to be talking about even government officials from the presidency, so that as they are listening to these things too, they come back home and they call a meeting and say, okay, how do we apply it to our own situation? AI is helping even in things like, you see, one of the problems we have in Nigeria is the barrier to education is very high. So we don't have innovation. So if you go to the north or the east, it's not that people there do not have inventions, but when you have to teach somebody in a language that he does not understand, so you have to teach them in English. AI exists now where you can have somebody, you can take somebody who's speaking English now, take him to the east. You can now go and teach physics, chemistry, computer science to somebody who does not understand English, who understands Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, and then the person is listening to it in his own language. He can make his own decision. He can now come up with solutions. So once you remove that barrier using AI, the economy will develop. So we need to create an overarching policy that will solve, some of these problems.
All right, let's wrap up with this. How would you expect, Africa to prepare for this kind of evolution? You've always had this divide between the global south and the global north when it comes to the issue of technology, where you have to depend on the Western world for, some of this equipment, this software that have been developed by them. But Africa, in order to catch up or prepare for this evolution, what should be the next step for Africa?
Two things. Mindset shift. We need to have a mindset shift. We need to look. Somebody put something on LinkedIn one time, and he said, when you go to all these advanced countries, things work, digitally, electronically, smart gates. But when you come here, there's this intrinsic mindset that if I implement technology, it's going to wipe away jobs, and you're going to take people off, the economy, and they will not be able to feed. So to the extent that when you get to Nigeria's airport, you will see, by the time you go through, even as you are coming in, people that want to help you with this customs, there are 10 people checking one bag. Immigration, there are 15 people. You are talking to one person. And you look at it that technology, there are technologies that you put your bag, you don't even have to, it scans everything. You don't have to open the bag, you don't have to look at it. It goes through the conveyor belt, it scans it, it moves. But here, people are still thinking that, if we do this technology now, all those people that you are seeing, about 50 or 100 of them, what are they going to eat? What are they going to eat? But it's stifling, so you have queues. So those are the issues. We need to move from that mindset of, what will people eat? Because at the end of the day, technology is there to, do things faster, better, cheaper. And then the second one is obviously education and awareness. We need to be educated about a lot of the positives that this technology will bring to us. We need to, and then we need to bring it home. We don't have to go to Dubai or Saudi Arabia or US and then copy and paste, because the fundamental problem they have there is not the fundamental problem we have here. Our own issues are, like in Nigeria, for instance, how was technology able to solve certain? There was a time in Nigeria when people wrote JAMB. All the students in checking results, they will have to go to the JAMB office, and it will be, somebody decided to say, okay, can we build a portal where people will buy, these JAMB scratch cards and then implement? Guess what? Because it's an African nation, abroad, when you write an exam, what happens? They give you your result free. It is your mandate. You have written the exam. But here, when you write JAMB, you have to buy that scratch card to get your result. And somebody looked at it and said, that's a solution that works for us. It may not work abroad, but it works here. I think that's the way we need to go, even in AI as well.
Thank you so much, Akindele, the founder, CEO, Hyperspace Neural AI. We've been talking so much about AI because as part of the focus of the ongoing Future Investment Initiative 2024. Earlier we had Dr. Bashan, Dr. Patrick Bashan, who is the founding director of the Democracy Institute of Washington, D.C. and former adjunct scholar and senior fellow of the Cato Institute, talk to us also about it. It's been a wonderful conversation having you both look at the issues and what each region can do and how it will help the global economy and also the society. Thank you, Sheyi.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
We'll take a break. When we return, to time to look at education, which is number 4 on the Sustainable Development Goal.
Stan, and it's great to be here. And thanks for focusing on SDG 4. That Sustainable Development Goal is very comprehensive. It spans from early childhood education through basic education, vocational education, higher education, and then lifelong learning. So it includes sort of any aspect of personal growth and development. When I look at where we've been and where we're going, what I see is I focus on the changes we see in the world today and the new types of demands that that social and economic change are creating and placing on education systems, on institutions, and on people. The current policy agenda was really one that was set and, in 1990 at the Jomtien conference in Thailand, and it was the Declaration for Education and for All. And now, 30 years later, that's still really sort of the guiding framework that the international community has been following. And that focused on basic education. That really was about basic education and basic education for a knowledge economy. If you look at where we are now, we've moved into a post-knowledge economy. And Tony Wagner, who's a scholar at Harvard and has done a lot of work on the idea of the future of work, he says we've moved into an innovation economy. But my view is that the policy agenda that we developed 30 years ago for the knowledge economy is not the right policy agenda, that we need to update it, and we need a new policy agenda for the post-knowledge economy.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about artificial intelligence. That was what we started with. And now it's time for us to look at our special series about sustainable development goals, talking about free education. That's goal number 4. You know, when you talk about SDG, there are 17 of them. But today we are looking at goal number 4, specifically talking about free primary and secondary education. We have the privilege of hosting a special guest this morning. We are being joined by His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin, who is the founder of Abolarin College and a member board of trustees and governing council of Ojaja University. He joins us virtually. Glad to have you join us, Your Royal Majesty.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
I love what I'm seeing. You're living by what you preach. We're talking about education here. I love having the students at the background, which is also going to spice up this conversation. So let's start by you giving us, first of all, a first-hand assessment. We're talking about SDG goal number 4 here, talking about free primary and secondary education. If we go back a little bit to history, when you had your own primary education, I want to presume that that was the order of the day. But now, what is the order now? So how will you assess the disposition to the adaptation of free primary and secondary education in the present state of education in a place like Nigeria? Please talk to us.
It's important for us to know that it's a right, primary, secondary, for our people. They should have access to education because we all know the importance of education in the world. I've been listening to your conversation, artificial intelligence, deep economy, green economy, the future. We should not forget that in the whole Western region, almost about 70 years ago, that great man, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, started that revolution in Nigeria. Almost 70 years ago, 1955, January 1955. So this is the year 2014. Education is key. Education is too important. But like I always tell my children, yes, it's only trying to give them opportunity to be. We should not have any Nigerian now who does not have access to quality primary and secondary education. Yes, it's still work in progress, but it's important for all of us to know that our children, not necessarily our biological children now, they must have access just as our own biological children, because the two, they go hand in hand. If we educate our own biological children properly, we send them to good schools all over Nigeria and all over the world, a majority of our people, like we presently have, don't have access to quality education. There's a disequilibrium, and that is what is endangering the society in terms of everything. The security situation is nothing to write home about. We can take it from there, and maybe along the line where we continue our discourse, we'll say one or other two things as regards the state of things. But again, we can improve on what we presently have. And that's why we are doing the little we are doing with Abolari College. Okay, Laono.
Okay, Your Royal Majesty, it's great to see you this morning. And as we move the conversation further on free education, there used to be this slogan that education is the best legacy any parent could bequeath to their children. I believe that many parents, if not all parents, want to do that, but they are challenged. Some of them are challenged economically. And in that thinking, that is why the SDG goal number 4 talks about education and free primary and secondary education. What are the challenges with providing free education for primary and secondary level? You've been able to come into that area by not just talking about it, but contributing your quota. What are some of the challenges that you face and you think these are the issues with providing free education for Nigerian children?
It's a tough thing, but the commitment is very important. We are committed because it is ideological. I mean, I stated it earlier. The challenges are multifarious, but again, that's what life is all about. People will even tell you that anything that is free is nothing in terms of commitment. And I always tell these children anyway that all we are trying to do is to create opportunities for them. They are paying back. I may not be around, I may not be living when they are paying back, but they must pay back to the Nigerian society. It's a duty that they owe. If they have the grace of enjoying access to quality education. Some people are paying for that access. I say it all the time, I'm not a rich man, but I must give thanks to very many of my friends who assist us to do the little we are doing and the missionary workers that we have in our midst. Now, if you have all this playing together and these children, you'll have, because we are preparing them for greatness and for leadership, and they have access to quality living in the foreseeable future, they mustn't forget where they are coming from. The challenges are many. The challenges are multifarious, but that is what life is all about. Yes, funding is key. I've listened to you, artificial intelligence, how I pray that my children now will have access to that important, to that all important area of the economy now. Artificial intelligence, coding, what have you. Because we want these children to be creative. We want these children to be useful to the Nigerian society. Yeah. I mean, when people tell me that Nigeria is jaga jaga, I tell them that my own Nigeria can never be jaga jaga. It is important for all of us to be responsible to champion the cause of greatness for this country. So all hands must be on deck. And presently, I don't think all hands are on deck to see that we are out of the wood.
All right, it's good to know that you've been doing this for 10 years. You're celebrating your 10th year anniversary providing free education for this set of students. But may I ask, what's inspired this kind of initiative? And then how can it be replicated in other, by other individuals or in other states? Will you subscribe to the argument that there's a need to legislate free primary and secondary education? And how can we encourage our political class not to only pay lip service to this kind of initiative, but to be dedicated and also ensure that not just primary education, even to secondary and tertiary, will make it free for people who cannot afford it, especially to people who are vulnerable in the society?
Yes. Yes. When I became the king 2006, I used to practice law in Abuja. I was at the time the special advisor to the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Haim Pius. I didn't go to school to be a king. I didn't worship for myself. But I found myself on the throne 2006, and I saw poverty all around me. And gradually, we just decided to start what I believe in. Because for me to be here from Abuja to Kilawa, I mean, the difference is just too clear. But we are here for service. It's an assignment that we have. If we live in the midst of poverty and we know the importance of education, we must start a gradual process to ameliorate the sufferings of our people and create a better future. Now, based on what you have in the Constitution, some people will tell you that the 1999 Constitution, as amended, there's nothing in it. But I tell people, all we are doing is based on the principles of the Constitution, fundamental objectives, and directive principles of state policy. Though not justiciable, but we can make it to be dynamic. And that's why we have children from all over Nigeria here. From all over Nigeria. From Borno State, from Plateau State, from Benue State. Because we believe in the greatness of Nigeria. And it's important for these children to learn to live together, know themselves, ab initio, and know that nation building is not a thing you get done overnight. It's always a process. And building a nation is what you stated earlier. Legislation, yes, it's key. Then people must know that if we fail to take care of the majority of our people, if you fail to take care of the majority of our children, I'm not saying our biological children now, the challenges of insecurity that we presently have in Nigeria, we continue to face. My own biological children cannot be living in opulence, in affluence, and I have majority living in abject poverty. They won't allow us to allow they won't allow us to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Yes, these are reasons why we decided to have a school like Abolari College. And so far so good. Tough, when I say tough, extremely tough. And I must say, I'm grateful to Nigerians. Nigerians are good people. You may not know that because of what we are doing in terms of people, in terms of support. You go all over Nigeria now. 10,000 naira, a bag of rice, a bag of this from people that I've never set my eyes on. In other words, Nigerians are looking for things that are noble, things that can push Nigeria forward. And I just pray that we replicate. It's a starting point. I don't want government to get. I want private individuals who are committed to the future. And when I say the future now, my children don't always like me stating. I can't be around the next. I can't be around the next 50 years. I don't want to be around. But I know I have an idea what this area will look like the next 50 years. I have an idea of what these children are going to do in pursuing the greatness of Nigeria next 50 years. Because the commitment, we try to imbue it in them from our anthem, from our college prayer, just for us to think of a whole and build a prosperous future for this country, for this great country, Nigeria.
Okay, you have some of your pupils behind you. Can we get to interact with some of them? While talking, you talked about the perception about anything that is free. Some may think, oh, it doesn't have good quality if it's coming free. But let's talk to some of those who are in your school and get to know to what they would like to be in the next 50 years. What is they see themselves in the next 50 years, as you said, that you see great things happening from them and with them in the next 50 years. Are there any of them that we could speak with?
Yes, I have, because of the training that we've given to them, I have some ex-students here who know what it is to volunteer. They see the school as there. They're on vacation. Some of them are here. I have Taiwo here. I have another Taiwo here. You know, is in the University of Lagos. He's on vacation. This one, his nickname is Odi. He's in the University of Osun State, reading law. The other one in University of Lagos is reading sociology. They are here. They know that it's a
Speak to one of the ex-students, those who have graduated from the school and now in tertiary institutions.
All right.
Good morning.
Hello, what's your name? Good morning.
My name is Gabriel Michael.
I understand that you are one of the beneficiary of the free education that His Royal Majesty is providing there in Osun State. Can you tell us about the education that you received? What was your experience in the school and why you chose to volunteer now that you've graduated from that school?
I'm a native of Ilanragon, a nearby village. My parents are of the Omu background. My father is late now, a farmer, and my mother a petty trader. So I was a product of a public school in Ilanragon. So I got like a form to this school in year 2014. That's about 10 years ago. And I came here expecting like a normal education like the one I was used to in the public sector. So I came here, we were not to pay a school fee, school fees. Everything was free. Our feeding, hostel, we had access to computer. Like I saw a computer for the first time in 2014, like access to a computer, a laptop, a personal laptop of mine. You go to church and everything was practically free. Like the feeding, the school, like the uniform we wear, a better uniform than what I used to have. Like I was seeing myself like as a better person, a different person. So like it's awakening my spirit. Like it was a new experience. It was a new dawn for me and my colleagues. Then so like we understand what service to humanity was or is. Um, After I thought it was just like a secondary education. After like I was thinking, what's next for me? So obviously also like he didn't abandon us after our secondary education here, which was promised. He also sought to like I think there were about 75 of us and in the public and private universities through Kabir, through the for Kabir and all. So I'm a student of Unilag, I'm in Pateri, and I'm studying sociology, University of Lagos. So um we are the way we are brought up, the way we are taught the importance of service to humanity. So we know it's our duty to come back here. That's the kind of training that we were given. You know, it's our duty to always come back to help bringing up our younger ones. Like the training we're given to also give back to the younger generation. So like we are brothers and sisters, and so we relate very well, and we always come back to like to support in our own little way.
Right, it's interesting to hear your story and to know that you are in position, or you're also thinking of how to replicate that in the society and to also help other people. So in that light, what would be your admonition to people, kids who are out of school now, who do not have the benefit of enjoying what you are enjoying now? What would be your advice to their parents as regards providing the right education for them based on your experience?
My advice would be for all indigenous students out there to work very hard, to be very serious, because I've seen the importance of education. I could not even speak like this some years back. I told you I was part of public education, and it's just happened like I can't like phantom it. It happened out of this thing, but I just want everybody to put out hard work, to believe and pray, be prayerful. You know, like anything can happen. So be prayerful, be whatever you are doing, we farm, we do all of these things. So we understand like education is very important, and we're happy like we have access, like we are given this opportunity. So I will encourage parents, no matter how hard it is, everybody should they should try and keep this like their children in school, and they should understand the importance of education. Like it's very important for every this thing, every child to have access to education. And also I will like to reach out for support and all of these things. You know, it's a big work that KBC is doing here. So I'm happy that we are getting the KBC is getting the recognition, the school is getting the kind of recognition like on a platform like this. So with help from private individuals, government, and all, the school can be grown to a bigger thing. And KBC always tell us this school is your school. Like I'm just the one in charge for now. Is your school. Time is coming that you are going to you are not getting a free education. Like in quotes, it's not free. There's no free lunch anywhere. You have to give back to society. So I believe someday some of us or even all of us will give back in our little way to bring up others, like the people in need and all of this, just to replicate what KBC is doing. And to even he always tell us this doesn't have to end on me. Like even this must not die. You have to extend it. Can become a university. It can have a business. Have all these things. Make sure other people enjoy what you also enjoy. So that is the kind of training that KBC has given us and still giving.
Right. It's interesting to know that you desire to continue in this light and in that spirit. May I also acknowledge others who are there? I wish we could have time to speak with all of you to hear your story, but for joining us on this kind of conversation, we need to acknowledge you guys, and we need you to also keep up the good work. And it's a way to also say a special shout out to everyone out there. So we'll continue this conversation, but we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll conclude our conversation with His Royal Majesty on the issue of free education and secondary education in Nigeria. Please stay with us.
Stan, and it's great to be here. And thanks for focusing on SDG 4. That Sustainable Development Goal is very comprehensive. It spans from early childhood education through basic education, vocational education, higher education, and then lifelong learning. So it includes sort of any aspect of personal growth and development. When I look at where we've been and where we're going, what I see is I focus on the changes we see in the world today and the new types of demands that that social and economic change are creating and placing on education systems, on institutions, and on people. The current policy agenda was really one that was set in 1990 at the Jomtien conference in Thailand, and it was the Declaration for Education for All. And now, 30 years later, that's still really sort of the guiding framework that the international community has been following. And that focused on basic education. That really was about basic education and basic education for a knowledge economy. If you look at where we are now, we've moved into a post-knowledge economy. And Tony Wagner, who's a scholar at Harvard and has done a lot of work on the idea of the future of work, he says we've moved into an innovation economy. But my view is that the policy agenda that we developed 30 years ago for the knowledge economy is not the right policy agenda, that we need to update it, and we need a new policy agenda for the post-knowledge economy.
Yes, haven't heard so much talk about the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which talks about education for all. We've been having a conversation with His Royal Majesty, who has started a school that is now 10 years old, providing free education for pupils to just come in and learn. It's even run as a boarding facility because he has mentioned that food and other materials have been provided for the children. And we talked to one of the graduates of that school who is now teaching voluntarily, contributing his own quota to others, whom he referred to as his younger ones from the upbringing that they've received at the facility. All right, Your Majesty, continue now with the conversation. This is something that you are doing. And if we look at the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, there are quite many. And it's not something that you alone or other individuals like you can do and sustain. There is the part of the government. Now, according to UNESCO recommendation, it is recommended that every government should allocate at least between 15 to 20% of their budget to education sector. For this year, Nigeria allocated about 7.9% of its budget to education sector. Well, it's an increase from what it used to be, but it still falls short of the UNESCO recommendation. What do you advise that government should begin to do, particularly regarding initiatives like yours, to sustain them? In schools, we have that where we have free education provided by government in primary schools, particularly. It's just tuition that is free. The students still need to, or the primary school people still need to provide books, uniform, and other materials by themselves. Hello, Your Majesty. Can you hear me?
Thank you. I can hear you. I think it's.
I believe you heard the question too.
Yes, I think it's important for all of us because we're government. I mean, those of us where government is the totality of the government and those of us that they are governing. Now it's key to encourage a school like ours with private schools in we are existing with the private schools, but we need to support what the government is doing. We need to complement the efforts of government. So complementing the efforts of government, I think in all the local governments, about 794 local governments in Nigeria, I think we should have a school like ours in all these local governments. Not run by government, but private citizens who are totally committed, because it is not, you cannot make money from an enterprise like this. But again, I tell people that education is a win-win situation. If I can't make money from this, but I know that the future of our environment is guaranteed. The future of these children is guaranteed. And there are too many things that I know that even personally I will gain from having an enterprise like this. So it's important for government to encourage Nigerian citizens to have a school like this, and to encourage us too. We have 135 school children. We can move from 135 to 1,000 if the support base is there. We can. We have the experience. 10 years is no joke. 10 years is no joke. So it's important for us to build a synergy with the government in order to make sure that things are better run in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, if you go to some of the goals enlisted for the year 2030, is also to ensure that boys and girls, they have access to free education and also vocational skills. Now, Your Majesty, what do you make of the move by the federal government to incorporate vocational skills into the academic curriculum, especially at the primary level? The federal government is looking in that direction, and hopefully by next year it's going to kick off. What do you make of this initiative? How impactful will it be when it comes to primary education and preparing for the task lay ahead, which is the year 2030?
It's going to be impactful. My children here, I've never seen skillful Nigerians as what I experience here. Talent. On a Thursday like this, for the first 3 hours, we work on the farm. Let me see. We work on the farm. I mean, we are preparing our food. We prepare our food. It is, come. This is working on the farm. This is what we do. We train them to use their hands. That is what it takes to be innovative. That is what it takes to be creative. They can't be lazy here. You lay your bed. Bolu Baba, where are you? You see, these are talented children. These are skillful children. I mean, in the area of art, in the area of culture, in the area of music. I mean, that is not to say that we don't need people to assist us. We need assistance. Now we are very far.
Pátápátá kò wá tá àjùbà fún olóko ní ìran àgbẹ̀ wá sí ìjùbà fẹ́ pẹ̀. Àgbẹ̀ tí ojúbà fẹ́ pẹ̀ erùpẹ̀ wá fàgbẹ̀ lójú kálẹ̀ tó lẹ́ni. Ìbà lóde tó onímọ̀rí ìbà kíbà mi ó máa ṣe. Ìbà apẹ́ tí ọwọ́ yìí ìbà pẹ̀tẹ́ ẹsẹ̀. Ìbà àtẹ́lẹsẹ̀ tí òun rí. ìborígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin gbogbo àgbáyé lónìí mọ́júbà mọ́júbà gíbà mo máa jẹni bẹ́lẹ́dùn màrè ọba ńlá ògìgìgì alèwí lè ṣe ìbà lónìí moríbà orin mi bólúwa ti fi àkófẹ́ lórúkọ mi ìjà adésọlá moríbà bàbá mi adájẹnihun mọ ìgbà kí irun yàn mo ṣe ètùtù àgbà ìbà lọ́wọ́ kábíyèsí ọba tí ń torí ẹni tí ò sún ẹ ṣe ọba tí ń kọ́ ọmọlùpọ̀ ọba tí ń tọ́jú onílé tí ń tọ́jú ará oko adédọ̀gbọ̀n.
Much. Thank you so much. I wish this was happening on a Friday. They would just take it over from here to the Owambe party. Just have a dance to that. Thank you. I see that Kabisi, His Royal Majesty, also encourages development of talent, like that young lad just displayed his musical talent. Maybe he will grow up to be the next Fuji star that Nigeria would celebrate. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation talking about education and what well-meaning Nigerians are doing to support government in providing education for all. Well, we want to appeal to as many who can support initiatives like this to continue doing so. And we also appeal to government that 7.9% of the Nigerian national budget go into education sector. Well, it's good, but there is room for more. You know that the threshold is 15 to 20% of the budget. And for parents who perhaps think that school is scam, you've seen now that school is not scam. Let's get final thoughts from His Royal Majesty. Yes, I like that you also
I thank you for this great opportunity.
Allowing them showcase their talents, because it's not just enough to get education from the four walls of a school.
Exactly.
There are other aspects that's about them that could help in development. So what would you say to some parents who feel like school is not really a big deal? Maybe they have examples of people who didn't go to school but are doing well economically. Some still believe in child marriage and some other things that take children away from school.
Yes, I tell my children, and they know that education can never be a scam. There is a difference between a well-educated citizen and somebody that is not educated at all. And here we try to give them what we call holistic education. So when people come here and they see it's not school, it gladdens my heart. Why won't I teach? I'm working because the cliche here is we are using education to fight poverty. It may not be an immediate thing. I know that in the long run, I mean, these children to the Nigerian society, I tell them, they dare not, they dare not, they dare not. They must be responsible to the society. And that's the kind of education that very many of us are. We weren't brought up to think of the larger interest of the society and is affecting
because of the poor video quality there, owing to unstable internet connection from our guest from where he is currently. But thank you so much. We thank you so much, His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin, who is an educationist and doing his bit to contribute to the education sector in Nigeria. We thank all of the pupils, including those who have graduated from the school and are now teachers in that institute, who are doing what they can to support the initiative. That's the show today. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing Aichi. The show will return tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. You can follow us on our social media platforms with a handle at SOUQ News TV on Facebook, Instagram, X, and we would appreciate your comments.
All right, don't forget we're done with the conversation, but the rest of the action continues from here to ensure that everyone, every boy out there, every girl out there has access to free education by the year 2030. We can do it, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we replicate this in our various spaces. Don't forget, Early Exchange returns tomorrow. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Schizophrenia is a severe mental illness that profoundly affects an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Those with this illness often experience a disconnection from reality, which can be distressing not only for the individuals themselves but also for their families and friends. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking and speech, and abnormal motor behavior. Delusions are persistent false beliefs, often paranoid in nature, while hallucinations involve perceiving things that are not present, with auditory hallucinations being the most common. Disorganized thinking can lead to incoherent speech, and abnormal behavior may range from erratic movements to catatonia. The term schizophrenia was coined in 1911 by Swiss psychiatrist Eugen Bühler, combining the Greek words schizo, which means split, and phren, which means mind. This term reflects the fragmented thinking and mental confusion characteristics of the disorder. Schizophrenia remains a complex and multifaceted condition that can severely impact all aspects of a person's life when symptoms are acute. It has a lifetime prevalence of approximately 14.5 per 1,000 people in the UK, with variation across different estimates. It commonly emerges in late adolescence to early adulthood, with men typically showing symptoms in their late teens to early 20s and women in their late 20s to early 30s. The disorder encompasses several subtypes such as paranoid, disorganized, catatonic, undifferentiated, and residual types. Though the exact cause is unknown, genetic factors and stressful life events are believed to contribute to its onset. Challenges faced by individuals with schizophrenia include untreated negative symptoms, medication side effects, weight management issues, suicidal thoughts, substance use, and difficulties in maintaining employment. Treatment usually involves a combination of medication and counseling, with many individuals eventually experiencing significant recovery. Although preventing this illness has not been recorded, but managing symptoms is crucial for improving quality of life. An adherent to a treatment plan can help prevent symptoms exacerbation. Key precautions include avoiding alcohol and illegal drugs, as these substances complicate treatment. Regular physical activity, stress management, adequate sleep, and balanced diet, and avoiding smoking are recommended to support overall health and well-being. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance, and stockbroking to present a tax identification number, TIN, before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is the federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes. People where they hide their money or underdeclare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty of questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have to be narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identify what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians dey pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we are not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This na my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians
through the multinationals and even the governments don't appreciate their own. You know, you see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, you know, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were sitting in, 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, you know, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever, not. So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, you know, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. You know, that was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, you know, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. You know, but they credited my account.
Right.
You know, just normal Nigerian style, you know, believing that, okay, you know, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, you know, Daddy Shoki. Everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, What are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that stage. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, you know, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you're already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment, you know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed and sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, hey, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So you grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem sir. It's what they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has that
he has the footage, you know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no
artists are not artists. So
yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to
because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. we have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to...
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the? I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo, but me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had,
most definitely.
It's not a problem for you.
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today, that he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact.
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we did for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say and anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flood you.
For your information, they met Mr. President one-on-one inside a SOUQ. Them say I don't go make 'em again. Them say I ain't got no game. Tell this music I'm back again. Take a head, D1. Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. Me travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and wicked and inside. But my friends will love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across the world?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt, and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow, wow, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
He's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution, and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept, and the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter, scatter. Poor man, they suffer, suffer. Bosa, bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni, That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, "You're called."
People say that they hear from God,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when He said it's time, and He tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, "There's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house." So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumosun. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew had, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd. I managed to perform. I went back home. I told my wife, went to the hospital, and to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? I was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4.
Wow.
So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. Said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, said, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon As they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
Had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up.
Mm.
So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I dey cry, I dey shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If
good
you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much. So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I called his name, I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboe is such. Where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted. We just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboe.
People who come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So they wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu, nan muka fara, Kano ta kare, ko da mai ka zo an fika, na je kura, da ciromawa, na ibawa, har nasarawa, mun shiga city, jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo, a kwana a tashi, na gan duniya, na iso na gaida gida ne, Kano City. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing, like, hey! What's your name? Idris. Ah, I like you. Let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The Institute said that the ambassadors are to assist in promoting professional standards to achieve the building of public trust in insurance. They do this by communicating with local businesses, advocating the importance of professional qualifications, and sharing best practice to influence sector frameworks. The ambassadors appointed in Africa are Fumi Babintin-Ashaye from Nigeria, Asante Mafo Ahenkofa, chartered insurance broker from Ghana, and Gigi Chen of China, among others. Babintin-Ashaye, a chartered insurance broker, was the former managing director, chief executive officer of Cornerstone Insurance PLC and Nikon Insurance PLC. She is an alumni of Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. In addition, she is also a fellow of Chartered Insurance Brokers and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, with a master's in entrepreneurship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States of America. In 2017, she became president, chairman of council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the premier insurance body responsible for promoting skills development and professional conduct among members engaged in the industry. This reinforced her position as a thought leader in the insurance sector of the country. She equally serves on the council of various professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Aside from her existing directorial responsibilities, Babintin-Ashaye has won notable awards, which includes the Top 50 Women in Insurance in Africa Award, presented by African Insurance Organization, Lagos Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, among others. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godi Odidi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains.
Good morning and welcome to Market Insights. I am Lavina Emma. It's a lovely day and we are broadcasting live from the city of Lagos on SOUQ News Television. So today we will focus on a topic that is reshaping the business world, and that's digital transformation. But what does this mean for Nigerian businesses? Now, in today's fast-paced world, technology-driven world, I mean, we see it every day. We're always on our smartphones, on our iPads, on our laptops. We are all driven by technology. And Nigerian businesses must adapt to stay competitive. Now, this digital transformation is no longer a luxury, but a necessity. And the numbers are compelling. For example, 50% of Nigerian businesses still rely on manual processes, which shouldn't be the case. And 70% of consumers prefer digital channels for their customer services to resolve any issues they have when having transactions online. I mean, this is all part of our digital revolution, and this digital transformation can increase productivity in businesses by 30%, which is quite significant. Now, this digital age is no longer a future trend. It's the present reality. From online marketplaces to AI-powered solutions, technology is revolutionizing how we do business. But many how we do business, I mean, you know how it is right now, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. Now, the question remains, how can you, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, leverage this digital revolution to grow your business? So this morning, we will explore the key strategies that can help you navigate this digital landscape. So whether you're a tech-savvy entrepreneur or just starting out in the business sector, this episode will provide actionable insights. In addition, we have an expert that you'll hear from, and he has embraced digital transformation and reaps the rewards, and he will share his experiences, challenges. So we look forward for all of you watching the program this morning to follow in his footsteps. So whether you're a seasoned business owner or an aspiring entrepreneur, join us after the break as we unravel the secrets to digital success in Nigeria.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back and thank you for watching the program. Now, our guest this morning is Wilson Sampson. He is the Chief Growth Strategist at Litra Forge Limited. He also has a background in psychology, and he is also a certified professional in Enterprise Management (CPEM) from the Institute of Enterprise Management and Analytics, and the International Award in Delivering Training (IADT) from HABC UK. Samson Wilson also helps entrepreneurs and professionals manage their workload efficiently with tailored support systems and solutions to streamline operations, boost productivity, and achieve optimal efficiency. So welcome to Market Insights, Samson Wilson.
Thank you, Lovina.
Great to have you on the program, looking great as usual.
Thank you, the pleasure is mine.
Okay, we're happy to have you here and to talk about digital transformation for Nigerian businesses. So let's get right into it. Now, what is digital transformation all about, and why is it important for Nigerian businesses?
Well, digital transformation has to do with a simplified way of doing business. I'll give this analogy. 10, 20 years back, when you want to run a survey, you have to print out papers and go from place to place. With digitalization now, all you just need to do is to create a Google form, and you can actually get the survey of people without actually traveling there. One, you save cost, you save time, and you also save life, because the risk of people commuting from different parts to get those information is totally eliminated. So within a short time frame, you are able to get the results that you need. So that's what digital transformation brings about to businesses. Another example could be during the pandemic, where there was a lockdown and there were no events out there, so you have to do things digitally. That was where the likes of Zoom came out, where you could have different online meetings. You could solve different problems without actually going to any location, just being able to hold strategic meetings virtually with people. Now you're able to save costs. The only thing there is just you need data and you need power. So those are the ways that you could exemplify what digital transformation means to business.
Well put, and you went straight to the point. That's very key. Okay, thank you for sharing insights into this. Now, looking at our 21st century right now, we've seen a lot of things evolving. We have seen we can use our smartphones to get things done faster and easier, like you mentioned. Now, how can businesses use these emerging technologies to adapt to the ever-evolving customer expectations and market dynamics?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and that's coming at such a time as this in Nigeria, where a lot of businesses are grappling with cost of production, the cost of fuel. So one of the things that they could do is approaching a lean management system, where you say, okay, what are the things we need to cut off? What are the things that we need to digitalize? What are the things that we need to delegate? For example, you could, instead of thinking of expanding your business physically, why don't you think of investing in social media adverts, where you are able to screen who your target audience are, what their consumer, you'll be able to study the consumer behavior, you're able to study what their likes, their wants, their needs. You're able to know what their problems are, where they are located, and you're able to target them. Now, with that, with such kind of information, you now begin to look at, okay, what will be their future needs in case the person relocates from this area to another area? How can we ensure that there is constant communication, which most times the physical or the manual way of doing business may not even afford you of such kind of opportunity. Now, another thing that businesses should begin to look at is, what can we do differently? Now, in the case where you have 10 people and you want to go lean, you now discover that, okay, how can we have people work remotely? That would reduce the pressure on maybe on the power, the electricity consumption, and also it would also reduce the cost of production for you somehow. Then when you now begin to look at, okay, instead of the manual way of printing, can we go digital? Invest in email marketing, you invest in other tools to say, okay, we want to have meetings. Can we try Google Meet? Can we try Zoom? Can we try Team? And you begin to look at, okay, the most important thing is, in the end is you're trying to save time, you're trying to save cost, you're trying to also reduce your risk. Because at the end of the day, nobody is going to bear your risk for you. So you need to see how to mitigate your risk as an entrepreneur, as a business person.
Okay, well said. Thank you for that, Wilson Sampson. Now, we're looking at this 21st century. Now, we've seen different sectors of our economy. For example, in the finance industry, we have seen that with adapting to the technologies that we have right now, we've seen the rise of fintechs. We no longer have to be using our usual banks to get loans and other financial services that you need. In the manufacturing industry, we've also seen the rise of robotics, having to be able to put things together, package goods for consumers. And in agricultural sector, we have seen the Internet of Things, which has transformed the way I would say a faster way of doing things in the agricultural sector. Now, how can other sectors or how can other companies also participate or tap into making their businesses move faster and embrace these digital technologies to compete in our ever-changing world?
All right, that's a very good question. So let's look at the transportation industry, for example. Before now, you need to go down to the park or to the parking lot to pay. Now, technology has helped some transport system to introduce the pay online. You book your ticket online and you make your payments. You only come in at the time you're supposed to take off. Now, when businesses begin to look at that, maybe other sectors like the agricultural sector and every other sector, that instead of carrying physical cash, why don't you think of another way to say, okay, let's digitalize it. You don't need to come. You can make your payment online. You can make your bookings online. You can make payments online. Then we will deliver at your doorstep. Now, what that does, it saves the clients or the customers the pressure of needing to move from one location to another. Rather, you just make your payment and you know exactly where to pick up your goods and you know where to distribute. So it helps a free flow of distribution. Then it also increases the value chain. So everybody is feeling valued. Everybody is making an input. Everybody knows that, okay, this is what responsibility I need to put in and this is what I need to contribute in order for everybody to win. Becomes a win-win and not some win, some lose.
Okay, that was very smartly put there, actually, because we have definitely seen the benefits these days. When people travel by road, they don't need to go there with cash. You can just book online and pay online.
Absolutely.
Everything is done easily. Now, what are the biggest challenges faced by Nigerian businesses when adopting to these digital technologies?
Well, one of the major challenges is lack of training, because when something new comes in, naturally we want to oppose to change. And so we may have manpower, but how skilled are the manpower in able to transform into the digital? Because remember, if you are trying to digitalize what you're doing, it's going to take a while for people to be able to adapt to it. For example, looking at the upgrade the banks are doing, as much as they have given a time frame, it will take a while before things can actually integrate properly. So lack of training, it's one major issue. Then the lack of skilled professionals in that field to be able to deploy the solutions that they're trying to integrate to becomes another issue. But that does not mean that it cannot be solved. But it only means that the professionals in the field need to scale up, because the way knowledge and information is spreading, in less than 12 hours, you have an information update. And so if you are not upgrading, you're actually going obsolete. So businesses need to look at, okay, while they're trying to employ digital solutions, they need to find out our professionals, our employees, are they up to par with what we want to introduce, so that at the end of the day, what's supposed to be a solution will not end up becoming a problem.
That's very key. So a lack of skills, lack of training, those are very key things. Now, looking at, let's start with Nigeria before we talk about other countries of the world now. Are we ready in this country for this digital transformation, looking at the business industry and different sectors of our economy? Do you think we are ready?
Well, those who are ready, well, it comes in two ways. The people who are ready, and those who are not ready will have to do the catch-up. For example, in the health sector, you have the information management system where previously you need to be carrying files up and down. Some hospitals have upgraded in such a way that the case file of their patients have been digitalized. So at a click, you just click a button and all the record of the patient comes in. So there is room for continuity. So yes, technology might be expensive, but it's not as expensive as ignorance. So I would say that the organizations who are ready, while those who aren't ready will have to do the catch-up somehow.
Okay. Well, before we get into catching up to that process now, I'm looking still on Nigeria now. How can Nigerian businesses create an environment that will be conducive to digital adoption?
One of the ways is they need to have embrace more stakeholder meetings, like a town hall meeting where it's about collaboration this time around, not about competition, because everyone is currently hit by economic policies, and you have to find a way to adapt and adopt rather than trying to fight. So it's where everybody comes together to say, okay, the stakeholders and the key players will say, okay, what can we do to ensure that there is a smooth flow? So it's just like in the telecom industry, I had opportunity to work with one or two persons, and I asked a few questions, and there's something they call collocation, where different network providers can actually use one particular base station. So when we have such where the hospital is established, and in that same hospital, you don't need to establish another laboratory. You can have a laboratory that can serve as many hospitals within that location. So I'm using that as an example. So when other businesses begin to look at, okay, how can we meet up? Some airlines are doing it where they collaborate together to say, okay, we can help you take cargo delivery from this point to this point. You deliver to this point. We deliver from this point to the next point. So there has to be, businesses need to look at it from the angle of the value chain. How can we work together? Not how can we fight each other?
That's a very key point to use. They're looking at it from the angle of the value chain. So looking at it concerning how much profit they can make. But apart from making profit, don't you think the consumers, or rather the clients' interest should also be put at the forefront?
Absolutely. Without the customers, without the consumers, then where is the market? They are the key players. They're the ones who make the key decision, because if buyers decide not to buy, what happens?
Yeah. Okay. So they are like, there's a popular saying that we always hear, the customer is always right. So
not really that they're right. They're the reason why we're in business anyway.
Exactly. So if they decide not to patronize, I mean, that's the end of the business.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, how can we ensure that, we're going into a future where, I mean, like I said, it's no longer the future, it's our present reality now. How do we maintain, like, it's not just about getting these technologies in play, but how do we ensure that we maintain these things in our different industries for those who have started using these different emerging technologies?
Well, that's a very great question. One of the things I will encourage is, one, you need to keep evolving. You need to keep growing, and you keep investing in manpower development and training, because you can never overemphasize this, and no amount of investment in personal development of key stakeholders will have to do with employees, because at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, you cannot be everywhere at the same time. You would definitely need people. And so I'll put it in this philosophy that for organizations to be able to survive, they need to focus on their strength. They need to focus on their competitive advantage. Where do you have advantage? Invest in that area. Where you don't have an advantage, outsource. Collaborate with people who are better in that area than you are. And because at the end of the day, it's just like the bet of the online store, where you have, there are places that you may not be able to get to, and there are people who can actually help you bring that. So that's where logistics needs to be factored. The logistics of moving from point A to point B has to be smooth. Then the manpower, people should be empowered and encouraged to do what they ought to do. And when people are empowered in their area of strength, they bring in a lot of energy, that which rubs down on the value chain. Then also, I would encourage businesses to embrace technology. Now, embrace technology, you need to embrace on technology that you understand, not the ones you don't understand. Because it's just like there are some tools that you may not need, but people might be telling you that these are the things that you need. So you need to focus on what you need that will help you to get to your destination in the shortest possible time. Remember, in business, you're looking at saving time, you're looking at saving cost, and you're looking at making profits.
Okay, those are very key things that you just mentioned there. Thank you for that. Now, does that mean that we're going to be seeing more partnerships between different business owners? For example, a lady that sells, maybe she's into food business. Does that mean there'll be partnerships with people who are into logistics services, looking at this, embracing more of this digital technology?
Yes, it will bring about more of collaboration. It's just like the person who is selling ewagoing and the person who is selling bread. They have to synergize. So it's more like digitalization is bringing us to that system of the trade by barter, where you bring in this value, I bring in this value, I bring in this service, we bring it together and we package it as a whole, as a bulk or as a bundle to say, okay, this is what we have to offer to the same client for maximum satisfaction.
Okay, very true. Very key points there to consider. Well said. Now, the fourth industrial revolution has ushered in an era of unprecedented velocity and progress marked by rapid use of AI. We've seen a lot of cloud computing. We've seen a lot of data analytics and the use of robotics, amongst other things now. So now looking at, like you mentioned, the health sector, and you've also mentioned, the financial industry with the rise of fintechs. Now, those other sectors, can we see a situation where our leaders can make policies that other sectors can wholly embrace all these new technologies?
Well, we can see that another thing is one thing to enact policies and formulate policies. It's another thing for implementation. The major challenge we're having in this part of the world is implementation. We know what we ought to do, but we're not just doing them. And the ones who are doing them, they seem to be overwhelmed with the pressure of people saying, okay, our customers, because your customers are your stakeholders. And with that kind of pressure, every other person needs to embrace the same thing. I'll give another example. Is during the, for example, when you're running an advert promotion now, in as much as you know what you want to sell, you also need promoters who can go to the grassroots. So everybody in the value chain of whatever any business is representing needs to be carried along. So when government formulates a policy to say, okay, this is what we want to introduce, it is now left for who are the stakeholders that will ensure that to the very grassroots, the person the person down there knows what to do. For example, if the government is talking about going green, now that means that everybody, the customer, has to be advised that whenever you make use of our product, this is a proper way to dispose them. So that at the end of the day, everybody is contributing to the growth and not somebody trying to destroy what another person is building. So I had to use that example of drainage system, and to be able to buttress is that the government may have enacted a policy, but it still has to get to the grassroots. Who is monitoring, who is doing an evaluation to say how far are these things being implemented to the very grassroots?
Okay, that's very key, because we need to make sure we are carrying everybody along, and especially in our country, we've seen that very wide gap when it comes to how laws are being enforced in the cities, and then back in the rural areas, there's always this, it's like there's a break in communication.
Absolutely.
Yes, so now just want to ask your advice now. How do you think our leaders should go forward to ensure that everyone is carried along, to ensure that Nigeria is well prepared for the future or our present reality?
Well, the best way to approach this is there has to be conversation. There has to be a dialogue. There has to be a town hall meeting. There has to be a stakeholder forum where the end users, the consumers, the producers, and the distributors have to meet. Because it's just for example, it's one thing to manufacture goods and keep in your warehouse, and you automatically think the goods are going to sell themselves. It has to move from production to distribution, because distribution is where the headache is. So until the people that are involved, the stakeholders, the key players in the value chain, until they have an agreement where they have a conversation, where a common understanding that these are the things that we need to do to ensure that we achieve the overall goal. Remember, everybody has got to win in the value chain. And if that is done, it may not be easy at first, but it's something that it has to be an ongoing conversation. Everybody needs to be carried along. And where there is no clarity, there has to be education, there has to be orientation, seminars, and programs to ensure that people actually understand the vision and the essence of what the policies or whatever the business arrangement or the business forum is all about, because value is relative to different persons. So, but when you have ongoing conversations, people begin to understand the value, the reason why they need to do what they need to do, and the reason why people need to step up to ensure that everybody is carried along fully.
Okay, thank you for that, Wilson Sampson. It's been great having this discussion with you, and you have shared a whole lot of insights into this, especially with the whole idea that we as consumers and not just the business owners alone, we also have to keep a very open mind and welcome this very huge development that is transforming our lives greatly. Now let's take a break. When we return, we're still going to discuss further with our guests. So join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back and thank you for watching the program, and we are discussing digital transformation for Nigerian businesses, and we have our guest in the studio, Wilson Sampson. He's the Chief Growth Strategist for Litra Forge Limited. So as the Chief Growth Strategist for Litra Forge Limited, now what role does leadership play in driving digital transformation in Nigerian businesses?
Well, that's a great question. Leadership plays a key role because without leadership, there's no direction. And so as a leader in the business industry, one of the things that I would always encourage business owners is the fact that you must understand that people have got problems. That's your target audience. They've got problem. They need solution, and they have the money. But they are looking for someone who they can trust. So that's where leadership is about trust. It's about direction. It's about providing the pathway. If a leader is blind, then there's going to be a problem with the followers. They're going to have a lot of traffic jam. But when a leader can see far, it also helps the people who are coming after to be able to see further. Now, so in business, where leadership is very, very important is with proper vision, there's going to be a lot of alignment. Vision helps the future. Without vision, most businesses will still be in the past. Now, it had to take the vision of some key stakeholders in the business to introduce smaller buses instead of the bigger buses that we used to have back in the 90s. Now, it has taken leadership for us to have transport companies going into logistics. It has taken leadership for businesses to introduce online payment. You pay online, you don't need to carry cash. It has taken leadership for us to enjoy the cashless policy that the government has introduced, and we're trying to see how to. Then the introduction of the fintechs has been as a result of leadership in business. So leadership is very, very crucial. Without leadership, we're heading nowhere.
Okay, I'm quite sure you emphasize this a lot when talking to a lot of business people.
Absolutely.
In terms of how to grow their businesses.
Absolutely.
Now, now looking at our country, I still want us to focus more on Nigeria. Now, what infrastructure upgrades are necessary for a successful digital transformation?
Well, we need an enabling environment where the issue of power needs to be resolved. And insecurity has to be addressed, because even if there is power and people don't feel safe where they are, the ease of doing business becomes more challenging. Then the government needs to do, they're trying, but they still need to do a lot more when it comes to road networks, where people are able to move from different parts easily. That will help in terms of distribution from the rural area to the urban cities, and it will create a lot of development. But when you have goods that have been produced and there is no way to transport them, it becomes a huge challenge. So those are the things I think that we need to look at, the government need to look into, to provide an enabling environment both for foreigners who are coming in to invest and for indigenous businesses that are also trying to contribute to the GDP of the country as well.
Those are very key things that need to be resolved. Well said. Now, what skills are required for employees to thrive in a digitally, digitally transformed business?
Well, communication has to improve. Interestingly, in the business sector, a lot of people talk, but they don't communicate. And because every customer has got an expectation, and how these expectations are managed could actually form the customer's experience, and in terms of feedback, and in terms of consumer behavior, in terms of, okay, preference, should I go ahead and do business with company A or B? And remember, in business, people are actually interested in the outcome, not the product and services. Is the outcome that brings about satisfaction, is the outcome that brings about transformation. And is the outcome that also encourages them to refer other people to do business with in the marketplace. So everybody is looking for value.
Yeah, that's very true. What you just said, everyone is looking for value. Now, given the fast pace of change in this era, a lot of organizations risk deploying obsolete technology if they take too long to implement, and if it stays too long without being implemented, it might become not very useful. You might see, oh, there's an upgrade, you can't be using this software at this point in time. And on the flip side, a hasty deployment of certain technologies might result in inadequate planning and might make expose the systems to some cyber threats. Now, when is the right time to implement these new technologies that can work alongside the market?
Okay, when it comes to that, one of the things I would encourage is the fact that while you're trying to upgrade from what you have to the new one, to something new and more sophisticated, there should be room for a stopgap where you keep using what you're using, but you transition to something newer gradually, so that at the end of the day, there is no downtime.
Okay, when you say stopgap, what do you mean by that?
A stopgap is, okay, you have something that you can be running with while you're upgrading. You don't just suddenly upgrade from what you have to where you're going without something to stand out in case there is a failure in terms of trying to migrate. What happens? Because like using the example of what happened when some banks went into the upgrade of their system, some businesses suffered, and that is but at the back of their mind, that was not the plan, but these things happen. So when you're trying to migrate or you're trying to upgrade, you should also put the interest of your customers. No customer wants to be in discomfort. And so those are the things that organizations should look at, businesses should look at. When you're trying to change, what will be the effect of this change on your customers? Because when you don't consider that, then that means that you just want them to, you don't believe in them, they don't matter. So or you just feel that you can always get away with it, and that should not be the thing. So people should, the businesses should ensure that their customers are carried along. Sometimes some customers can even give businesses a better option what to do to scale up. And
how would you recommend they go about doing this?
Well, that is where relationship management comes in. When in business, when you know that your customers care about you and your customers know that you care about them, they could offer suggestion that, okay, you could try this or you could try this other option. And they will be able to they will be patient enough because you've carried them along through ongoing conversation. You have been able to manage a relationship well. But in a case where you don't have a relationship with them other than it's just transaction, you pay me my money and off you go, then when you're trying to migrate into something new, you leave them in the dark and they have no choice than to look for the next vendor who can provide the services that you are trying to provide.
Those are very key points you raised there. Now, I'm quite sure you would, I don't know, what are your thoughts on this innovation in business? Now, but before we talk about innovation now, I'm sure you've noticed that not just in the hospitals alone, there are some financial organizations that still use papers for customer-facing activities. And in this digital era, we know that there are some issues using papers all the time. It's still, everybody recommends having all that information online. Now, how can companies rely on, how can they upgrade from the use of papers? They shouldn't just be relying on it all the time, to a more digitally savvy software that they can easily store all their data. And then what role does innovation come into play in all of this?
Well, very great question. Innovation brings about progress, brings about time management. Now, in the case of using the manual system, it's just like business is still using the physical invoice writing. Now, what happens if it's raining and there's a flood, a case of flood? So it's best to upgrade to something digital. At least there are some devices that with the smartphone you can actually generate receipts for your customers, just like the way the POS machines. So it's best to digitalize, because the cost, for example, the cost of producing booklets or receipts in January is different from the cost of producing now. So how long are you going to continue to incur such costs when you could actually have a digital solution? You do e-invoicing, and you are not bothered about how many papers you are consuming. Now everybody, now you have the email address. So when you move from writing invoices manually to writing printing to a digital, creating digital invoice, one, you make it easy and seamless. Then it's easy for you to track at the end of the week, at the end of the month, to check your inflow and your outflow, to say, okay, these so and so invoices have been generated, and you know where there are shortfalls. But sometimes, what if the person who is going to issue out the invoice is not around? And you're also trying to have data integrity in such a way that you are trying to rule out forgery, so that someone else wouldn't forge an invoice. So it's best for businesses to look into digital invoicing, to say, okay, instead of the manual thing and littering your whole business premises with documents that you may not need after a while.
Okay. So we should just so you are, in your own words, if I'm allowed to say, everybody should do away with the use of papers or any kind of paper system and let everything just be online, if I'm right.
Yes, we should graduate to that, because except we are trying to create another system where all the used invoices, used papers that we have littered in some offices, if they have been digitalized, then they can actually be converted to from waste to something else. They can be actually recycled to produce other things that will help the ecosystem. But if we store some of these papers for too long and there are cases of fire incidences, that becomes a tool for the spread of fire.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, we know that all these ideas are quite good. The way you have put them together, they're actually quite good. And when put into practice, yes, it saves cost. It's actually much smarter. Now, how can organizations maintain a balance between novelty and practicality to ensure that every innovation adds value to the end user?
Well, one thing we must understand is we look at the difference between efficiency and perfection. There is no system that is perfect, but a system that is progressive will actually outlast a system that is trying to perfect strategies. So in a nutshell, what that means is, in as much as we're trying to embrace innovation, we must also, organizations must also train their manpower to meet up with that trend, with the pace at which they're trying to innovate, to ensure that there is no gap. The moment there is it's not that there's not going to be gap, it's just to reduce the gap to the barest minimum. Am I answering the question?
Yes, keep going, please.
Okay. So when there is a gap, when they're trying to remember that we're trying to resolve the issue of reducing the gap. We're not trying to say that we can eliminate the gap. The system is progressive. Now, let me give a vivid example. Before now, when we go to school, when you graduate, you have to spend a number of years before you can get your certificate. First, they might issue you the statement of results. But now, with technology, schools are gradually upgrading, where the moment you graduate, yes, you get your statement of results, and in a very short while, your original certificate is ready, and of which you can actually view them through the portal. Unlike the traditional method where you need to be submitting files from one office to another office for you to be cleared, things can be done online. So what that means is that while we're encouraging innovation, and we must also remember that human beings will find at different level, will also need some time to be able to adjust to fit into what needs to be done.
Okay, well said. Before we round up the program, now in a few words, can you just tell us how we know our world is ever changing and the business sector is a very competitive industry now? So in a few words, how can Nigeria stay at the same level with other countries of the world to, so that we can always showcase our tech savvy industry?
Well, it's not a case of Nigeria staying at the same pace.
Or moving ahead.
We can move ahead. The first thing we need to do is we need to believe in ourselves. The developed countries that we are looking up to believe in themselves, believe in their products. So just like that brand, think Nigeria, brand Nigeria, and focus on Nigeria. We have a lot to offer if we only look inward rather than looking outward. So I'll tell any business out there, keep looking inward and keep improving, keep growing, keep adapting, and you'll become the focus.
Well said. Thank you so much, Wilson Sampson, for sharing your insights into this discussion, how to digitally transform Nigerian businesses and the benefits it will bring to these businesses. It was really great having you on the program Markets Insights. We look forward again to having you in our studios to share more insights into our businesses. Thank you so much, Wilson Sampson.
Pleasure is mine. Thanks for having me.
Okay, now let's look at the money markets this morning, how the selling rates of dollars, pound sterling, and the euros. We're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So for today, Thursday, 31st October, the selling rate for the dollar at the CBN rate is 1,683 naira to $1. At the parallel market, it is 1,750 naira to $1. For the pound sterling, at the CBN rate is 2,217 naira to £1 sterling. At the parallel market, it is 2,270 naira to £1 sterling. For the euro, it is 1,860 naira to €1. That's the CBN rate. And at the parallel market rate, it is 1,860 naira to €1. So the parallel market figure and the CBN rates are also the same thing. That's just for the euro. But for the pound sterling and the dollars, the parallel market figures are higher than the CBN figures. Okay, so those are our money market figures this morning. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights as we discuss with our guest Wilson Sampson, the Chief Growth Strategist, Literal Forge Limited, and he shared a lot of insights into how businesses can really benefit from being digitally transformed and tapping into these emerging technologies that are evolving every day. And like you rightfully said, when we think Nigeria and grow Nigeria, we're definitely going to be faster or way ahead than other countries of the world. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights. Do stay tuned to the news updates on SOUQ News Television. I am your host, Lovina Emma.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigerian PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octogenarian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of SOUQ Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only, he's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thought that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, yeah, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, yeah, it's a B-I-O-D. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, amongst the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
S-I-R-I-U-S.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay.
yeah, S-I-R-I-U-S.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like someone serious.
No.
Okay.
Actually, there's also serious the radio.
XM, yeah, yes, most definitely.
So,
yes.
Nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay. My government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. Government don't own my name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official.
So I want to do. my name, your my full name. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, your state. I've been like, I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us, or you choose.
No. I'm actually like on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker.
Yes, I am.
What did you study?
I actually studied mass. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. Like yes, so it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. Like it's a compilation of my story, like along the way of a Maverick.
Yes. Members of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
Well, I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually like my group that actually called me that there was we got a new group like 2 years ago. So he had like this one-on-one convo with us, like meeting us.
Yes.
Then he started asking for like our forte, what we are good at, and I told him like I'm a film for writing.
Push, taku, express. Push, reggae, water, don't boss. Push, your game too short, my nigga, push. We are push, if you ain't push. Watermelon, you can't push.
Like I'm a book buff. Like when I was in school, I used to write like journals and all that, poetry, which has to do with music. So I said like, oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a Maverick, and that name stuck in my head. And I was like, okay, when I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas Maverick.
You see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. Right? It's something I can afford, yeah.
All right, so are you selling, or you just streaming and just let streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called...
When is it coming, sorry? When is it coming first?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet, actually. You can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's this Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November. Yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, not at all. Yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management. It's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you, or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing.
Okay.
Even activists, what are things, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step.
Okay.
Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I followed them on social media, Rock Nation as a label and all that. So I learned that they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. United Master is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Yes. So yes, then Jay-Z like owns Rock Nation. So I try to like just suppose I read, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This was Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number, TIN, before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is a federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. They let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It will help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes. People where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in, because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have the narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identified what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities it should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This na my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who despite the odds has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Corn Oil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to to appreciate and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help out football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? And said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil. And I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. The Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount they had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
They like singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. It's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Person on a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare, and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power.
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating cost and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look at help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
In Nigeria and West Africa, the youths are not just participants in the fashion scene. They are trained setters innovators and driving forces behind a vibrant renaissance that is reshaping the global fashion landscape. This phenomenon is a testament to how young people are blending global influences with local tradition, creating a fashion narrative that is.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams and more.
Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. Many thanks for always staying tuned to SOUQ News Television. Once again, welcome to Development Weekly, where we touch on salient issues bordering on developmental and economic growth. It also showcases humanitarian and sustainable development activities by relevant stakeholders, highlighting their impact on socio-economic development. Today we're discussing empowering youth through education and skills. Now, in a nation where the youth population makes up about 70%, the future of Nigeria lies largely in the hands of its young people. But with rising levels of poverty, unemployment, and increasingly limited opportunities, many young Nigerians face uncertain futures. However, there is some hope. Education and skills training have been seen to invariably equip people and position them for better opportunities and also empower them to transform lives, communities, and some entire nations. From vocational training to STEM education, entrepreneurship to mentorship, we will delve into the ways that Nigeria's young people can gain the requisite skills and knowledge needed to succeed in today's world. Now, joining us in the conversation this morning is the Senior Program Manager, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA, Ms. Zikora Ibe. Good afternoon, Ms. Ibe. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Now, let's start by getting your thoughts, albeit very briefly, with regards to some of the challenges that plague Nigeria as a whole, especially the young population who are exposed to a lot of things, both good and bad. So with regards to that, let's also take a broad look at the situation regarding our education sector in the country and other, forms of empowerment, if you like, that have been embarked upon, initiatives with regards to empowerment that have been embarked upon by government at all levels, talking about the subnational and the national. There have been a plethora of initiatives so far in recent years. In your view, how would you assess it so far? Very briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think you already made the point at the beginning of your intervention when you said that technical education is very important for equipping individuals with competencies to operate in this. And education as a whole is quite important if a nation is expected to advance or even, reach to its greatest heights in terms of development. But what we've seen over the years in the country is the declining standard of education in Nigeria. Whereas there was a time where our education standards were really, really high, in recent times, we have seen education just go down, and even our spaces for empowering people and young individuals with that requisite knowledge have also declined as the standards have declined. So you go to schools and you see that there are dilapidated structures. There are no facilities for learning that students would require to advance themselves in the kind of knowledge that they should gain. Most particularly concerning is the budgetary allocation to education in this country. Whereas we know that global recommendations have always advised at least 15 to 20% of a country's budgetary allocation to education. What we're seeing in Nigeria is allocation that are not up to that kind of recommendation. We've not even seen a 10% allocation in terms of what we direct to education in this country. It has always flocked out between 5% to 7. I think last year's allocation was 7% to the education sector in this country. What is why this sector? There are not enough resources or money to even provide the kind of learning facilities that people need to advance development in this country. And we've seen that, impacts learning quality of students in school. So it means that students are going to school, but they are not learning anything because the facilities for empowering that kind of learning is not available. Well, we've seen in recent time that the government attempted to revamp the educational sector in a way of providing loans to students of tertiary institutions to be able to go to school in the form of the Now Fund, the student loan program. But what we've always argued is that we do not need loans as an intervention in moving the education sector forward because we are still we are still developing in a way. And in fact, a lot of people, individuals in the country, do not have money to sponsor themselves in school. The employment, you see a lot of people going to school and coming out without hope for gainful employment. So when you are trying to further the education sector in the country and using loans as an intervention scheme, what we see is, we are not ready to do what needs to be done. And in the work that I do and my organization does, we've gone round since the implementation of the student loan scheme. I know that on the part of the government, it says that a lot of students are taking these loans, but even if from our own end in the research that we do, we've seen a lot of students also say that they cannot afford to take the loans because they are not sure of the monies that they would get to pay back. They are not sure of employment after school, so that they don't want to burden themselves with such kind of loan that would make them worried after school. So the whole point is, at some point, state authorities and educational authorities in this country need to reassess the kind of intervention that the country really needs to bolster its education sector.
You speak about interventions, when you speak about, because you've mentioned a few of the challenges bedeviling the sector, and mentioned some of the socio-economic fallouts, futuristically speaking, where you have an underdeveloped system and, students or learners who are unemployable. That's one of the fallout, or those are some, if you like, of the fallouts. You also mentioned infrastructure and all of that, which is largely tied to budgetary allocations, as you were. However, as far as interventions are concerned, I'm more driven towards the practicability of it therein. So in your view, what sort of reforms therein, or policy, decisions therein, would you like to see? That's as someone who is a stakeholder in that regard. What sort of intervention? Because apparently, this is not just you, by the way, since the announcement of the loan program last year, or earlier this year, as the case may be, or last year, beg your pardon, it was a mixed bag. Some people were excited about it. Some others, I wouldn't say they weren't excited, but they had concerns. One of the concerns you mentioned, some of the sentiments that they shared, including what would happen post academia, what would happen post education, as the case may be. So again, in your view, what would you like to see by way of intervention besides this, already existing programs, in terms of policy making, in terms of reforms? What would you like to see?
Yeah, so I mean, when we talk about policy reforms, we need to discuss policy reforms in a way that their direct impact is felt, and the outcomes of those reforms are established even right inside the school environment and outside the school environment too. So, for instance, we should have policy reforms that not just that doesn't focus on the financial aspects alone, for instance, the student loan, but in the overall environment of in the overall learning environment itself. Again, in most of our learning spaces, you would find out that there is a disconnect between theory and practical. There is a lot of theory learning, but the facilities to enable that theory, come out is missing. So, for instance, when we talk about technical and vocational education, you go to institutions and there are no laboratories, there are no engineering facilities that can really cushion students, empower them to understand what the new world is all about, or what the conventional world is all about. In some instances, even where you have those facilities, the facilities are anachronistic in the sense that they do not match with what you see outside the school environment, meaning that by the time learners are done in such environment, they can't even operate machines or facilities or resources related to the kind of learning that they have gotten in the school when they come outside. So policies need to match the theory in school environments with what is obtainable outside. Again, there is a need to also rejig our curriculum. Our curriculum has remained old school, to say in quotes. Our curriculum has failed to catch up with the times that we are in. So it means that at the time the world is also moving forward or embracing newer ideals, or coming in contact with newer lessons, we are still behind in many of our classrooms, learning things that have been in the past, that have failed to match up with the times that we live in. So overall, the thing that we need to concentrate on, or state authorities need to concentrate on, is how to prepare learning programs to match the conventional world of skill or what is obtainable outside the country. There is also the issue of training programs for educators and teachers themselves. We have seen in recent times that even when we think about all other things, we tend to forget those people who carry the burden of imparting this knowledge in the students. So there are less and less and fewer training programs for teachers. It means that teachers are not able to revitalize themselves and what they know. You, they are not able to revitalize themselves and what they know. And at the end of the day, it is garbage in, garbage out, because when you are operating from when you're operating from a very limited perspective, there's hardly anything you can do to enrich the students. So it's when we talk about what needs to be done, the policy reforms that needs to be done needs to be wholesome. It needs to be comprehensive. It's a whole lot of work, and we need to concentrate on all the point places that need that kind of power and energy for us to reach what we are looking for when we talk about our education sector.
Now, still maintaining that train of thought, there is, or there has been, for all intents and purposes, a very, very huge chasm when it comes to what specific or certain industries in certain sectors need and the requisite skill set or the requisite knowledge to be able to function therein. It's kind of similar to what you've said with regards to theory and then, what they see outside being at odds with each other or at variance with each other. So in that regard, in your view, what sort of skills, first of all, this is like two questions rolled up in one. What sort of skills, first of all, are in demand for Nigeria's emerging industries across the board? And what sort of developmental programs, are needed to be able to bridge that gap and make sure that, people who intend to or are enthusiastic about playing in those sectors would not be square pegs in round holes?
Yeah, I think that's for me, the most critical in demand skill or knowledge right now that Nigeria needs is critical thinking. We are short of critical thinking in the country, and it shows in the way that our people engage. And youth who are out of colleges and even universities and higher institutions engage. So there's a dearth of critical thinking in the country. So we need a lot of refreshment in critical thinking in our education curriculum. In fact, when you say what sort of skills, the national policy on education emphasizes that at the end of the day, education should be able to equip learners with the competencies to, contribute to the economical upliftment, social upliftment and development. We need interventions in areas that empower learners to think critically, to use their hands as much as they use their heads, right? So we need education in places that are in tally with what the modern world is saying, such as STEM education. Everywhere you turn to, there is the intertwining of technology with our everyday lives. And when you check the school environments in Nigeria, you want to ask yourself, the technology you see, the technological learning or gaining you see in such kind of environments, does it match with what we see in the world that we live currently? What you'd see is that it doesn't. It's still at we need educational investment in the knowledge that helps citizens bridge technology and their everyday life together. Far more than that, like I've said earlier, we need critical thinking. Only critical thinking trainings and and knowledge building would also allow people to be able to sit to know within themselves what to do at different points in time, how to apply themselves to the betterment and development of the country.
Now, for this to happen, I reckon there will be certain partnerships that are key or that will be pivotal to the actualization of this. I know that the government does its part and they have done a lot, both current and previous government, both at state and the national level, as he were. So let's talk more about the partnerships, the ones that are needed to fast track these sorts of initiatives, like you have mentioned, some of them including critical thinking. How exactly would the effort of one combine seamlessly with the other, talking about the federal government, state government, and then of course, private partnerships, whether that private partnership comes in form of individuals or non-profit organizations or CSOs, as you were. What sort of partnerships are needed to expedite these?
Yeah, thank you. So, the kind of partnerships that are needed are partnerships that expose learners to what is obtainable outside the school environment. And in that sense, we would think about partnerships with direct partnerships with industries, specialized institutions that also, beyond the four walls of the school, help students come in contact with the kind of knowledge that they are building in school. So you also have like state-sponsored interventions that help students advance in the kind of in the kind of knowledge that they want to pursue. So in the past, we used to have a situation where in our tertiary institutions you would have industries and focused or targeted institutions come around in different departments to partner with those students or partner with the educational institutions or even offer spaces for gifted students or students interested to come into those kind of environments to learn, to advance. So but right now, even if we have them, they are not as they used to be in the past. So we need those kind of partnerships, collaborations, direct collaborations between educational institutions and partner industries that can also help students see reality outside the school. Beyond that, when we talk about the kind of things that students need, I would keep also saying that if government would also take time to invest in the education sector, it would also help ramp up students' speed with those kind of knowledge that we are proposing. For instance, you have the UBEC funds, that's the Universal Basic Education funds, which states are supposed to provide counterpart funds fund in the country.
Nicole, are you
It's
there?
providing the counterpart funding for assessing that. Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you. Please go on.
Oh, okay. I thought you missed me for a second. So I was talking about state authorities also taking time, to intentionally invest in the education sector by improving budgetary allocations and also providing counterpart funding to such kind of interventions where necessary. Like, for instance, when you talk about the UBEC funding is there, which is supposed to be a counterpart funding between state authorities and the federal government. But what you see is state authorities failing to provide counterpart funding to assess that fund. And so for the better part of the time, and in many states, that fund is lying there unassessed because states are not providing counterpart funding. And this is also responsible for many children going out of schools because funds which would have been directed to empowering such children and providing them with requisite knowledge and education is missing. So apart from collaborating with targeted institutions or industries to also bring students up to speed with what is obtainable outside the learning environment, state authorities need to also intentionally take it upon themselves to say that the education sector is an important sector that cannot be neglected. And it means that they are going to do whatever it takes to allocate fundings, improve what the budget is like for education across every state.
Now let's, on a final note, talk a little bit about a subset that, for some reason, in some cases, albeit not a lot these days because there's a lot of enlightenment, but still you cannot discountenance, beg your pardon, the fact that they're still largely not totally catered to. I'm talking about the people with, or the subset of individuals with special needs. So let's talk about inclusive education. How far have we gone with regards to that? And what more can we do to make sure that we have more people in that category catered for and not excluded?
I beg your pardon, I missed a better part of what you asked. Could you please go again?
I was talking about inclusive education. How do we ramp up efforts so far, the ones we've had so far, with regards to including people in the category or subset of special needs, learners with special needs? How do we include them all the more? Because, like I mentioned earlier, there's been more enlightenment in that regard, but certainly there has to be some measures aimed at enhancing efforts so far. So, what more do we need to do to increase or to enhance inclusion of folks with special needs?
Yeah, there are so many things that we need to do. First of all, we need to rejig our orientation entirely. There's a whole lot that we need to do in terms of how we think about inclusive education. For instance, our curriculum does not entirely cater to how special needs students should be incorporated into the classroom, and some of the things or tools or devices that are needed to also guarantee them the kind of access that would help them catch up with other other learners in the school environment. So when you look at the school environment, it seems like the school environment is binary in the sense that it only sees people it wants to see. It doesn't see people outside that circle that it is seeing. So we need to rejig our curriculum. Then again, the training programs for educators too needs to be reviewed. When we talk about training programs, again, we look at training programs from the aspect of what is conventional. We don't also look at training programs in the sense of what is wholesome and what can respond to the different facets of society or different groups of society. So you go to many training schools for teachers, and there is also an absence of training programs for special needs teachers, and that's why you also discover that in our environment we rarely have special needs teachers. Those teachers are missing when you talk about the whole educational environment as a whole. So we need to recognize that special needs children or learners are also as important as other kinds of learners in the school environment. And so for us to be able to make the learning environment inclusive, we need to rethink curriculum, we need to rethink teacher training programs, we need to also rethink how people like that are also absorbed in society and also make their parts easier, the same way we try to make the part of other people easier to be absorbed in society.
All right, many thanks for joining us and sharing your time with us, Ms. Zikora Ibe. Many thanks for joining us on Development Weekly today. Ms. Ibe is the Senior Programs Manager at CAPA Africa, talking about corporate accountability and public participation. Many thanks again for being a part of the program this afternoon. Thank you. You're still watching Development Weekly on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a short break and we'll go over to our next segment where we're highlighting a special feature talking about World Food Day. It's the Spotlight segment where we talk a little bit more about that particular concern. And that will continue after the break. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Development Weekly. Now it's the Spotlight segment where we take a look at specific initiatives embarked upon by relevant stakeholders. Now yesterday, October 16, was World Food Day, and as the global community marked that event, Nigeria still faces worsening food insecurity, with many more people experiencing severe hunger and struggling for survival amid rising food inflation in 2024 compared to the previous year, according to the World Bank. Now, besides the many initiatives driven by the government towards mitigating this issue, private individuals, foundations, and NGOs have also committed efforts aimed at providing solutions. One of such is the Lagos Food Bank Initiative, a non-profit, private-driven initiative committed to fighting malnutrition and hunger through targeted programs that seek to improve the nutrition and food intake of people, including pregnant women and their infants, students in public primary and secondary schools, and the youth in the underserved, communities. Now, joining us to discuss solutions to some of these challenges with regards to food in the city of Lagos specifically, and by extension Nigeria, is the President and Executive Director, Lagos Food Bank Initiative, Mr. Michael Sumbola. Good afternoon, Mr. Michael. Thank you for joining us on Development Weekly this afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to the conversation.
Now,
thank you.
We'll start by getting your thoughts with regards to the immediate problem of scarcity of food and the challenges therein. We know a lot of the factors that have contributed so far, inflation being one of them, amongst many others. But to get your thoughts first off, before we move on, let's talk solutions, low-hanging fruits, or immediate solutions, if you like, to some of these, issues to mitigate them going forward as far as the city of Lagos is concerned.
Yes, thank you very much. The issue that we are faced with in terms of food availability, the gap between affordability and availability of food, the challenge we are currently faced with in terms of food inflation, high cost of living, insecurity, food scarcity, the demand not meeting with the production, a whole lot of factors causing food scarcity in the country and also driving the price of food beyond the reach of the ordinary man. It's quite an issue that has, of course, driven a whole lot of our population into poverty. And most importantly, I think there was a report recently that says that more than 172 million out of 205 of our population cannot afford a healthy diet. And it's quite sad because when we cannot afford a healthy diet, that means our health is at risk. When we are well fed, it means that we won't be falling ill as often. And especially for children, it means that their cognitive development might be at risk as well because children under 5 are affected when they are not well nourished and then they don't grow up to become a productive adult. So basically, these are all the challenges. But now let's look at what possible solutions that we might be looking at as individuals and as a government, as subnationals and stakeholders, basically, and even as a citizen, right? I'll take it first from the policies of the government. Recently we heard that the government, removed the duty on importation of food or some type of food, maize, sorghum, and the rest of it, to make this food available in order for the price to crash. And I don't know if that has become implemented yet, but it was announced, and that we are hoping to see, hopefully, that there will be more grains being imported. It was supposed to be a short-term relief, right, for the food to be available, and we're hoping that maybe that might crash the price of grains, but we are not saying that happen in reality. Okay, so what we are might also be looking at is some of the interventions of the government as well on farm, on supporting agriculture and the rest of it. So if I take it further, these policies and intervention of the government might have a long-term impact, but the impact might not be readily immediate, like for someone, a family that is hungry, to have access to food like almost on the spot, right? There are economic policies that would have impact maybe much later, right? So, but now people are pressed. People, vulnerable population, senior citizens cannot make ends meet, cannot withstand the harsh economic condition. So we looked at what can we do as an organization. Let's start training beneficiaries on how to start a backyard farm. Let's also make food available in such a way that a family of 5 can have access to food that can feed them for 2 to 3 weeks, and give them some form of hope to live. So if we are looking at low-hanging fruits, right, a whole lot of them are available, right? And one also is the fact that the government, of course, needs to look at how prices of food may be controlled, and of course address the problem of insecurity, and allow farmers go to their farms, to farm. So basically, those are my thoughts, and we might want to maybe dive deeper into some of these issues. Thank you.
Yes, let's even delve a little deeper. You've spoken about some of the, contributing factors and some of the things that the government has done, and a little bit of what you've done in terms of training and empowering beneficiaries to be self-reliant, as you were. Let's talk more a little about that. I reckon that your organization has partnerships in your remarks, in your forthcoming remarks. You can highlight a few of those that you do these things in conjunction with to make sure that you contribute your quota towards attaining perhaps food security, if anything, for the city of Lagos alone. So give us a little bit more in that regard, some of the initiatives that your organization has spearheaded in recent time. I mean, yesterday was World Food Day. I know that you had a program, but the build up to that, can you walk us through some of these?
So essentially for us at the Lagos Food Bank, our role is to bridge the hunger gap and make food accessible to the most vulnerable population who don't know where their next meal will come from. And for us to achieve this, we leverage on collaborative partnership with individuals, corporates, and multilateral, bilateral organizations to bring relief to vulnerable population. And all we've done is to make sure that we become that very transparent, reliable, trustworthy vehicle that helps to pass these resources to the vulnerable population. So far, we've we have a nutrition program that targets malnourished children under the age of 5 and lactating mothers, and we work with primary healthcare centers to identify these beneficiaries who would then give intervention to and then put them on this meal plan for like 2 to 4 months, and they will begin to see changes. We also have an initiative that helps to train women to start a backyard farm, and we train them on planting vegetable farm, chicken and snail farm, and we set them up, give them the foundational investment seed into starting it, and then they take it up, they take ownership of it and take it up and then fend for themselves and their family and earn income. This, of course, is able to improve their economic status. We have another program that targets children in low-cost private schools. We feed them 3 times every week. This, of course, is to help them improve concentration in class, increase their cognitive, their nutrition, basically help them become more healthy, and then help them concentrate in class and also increase the attendance of those schools. So that is like a school feeding program targets our young children. Another program we have is the one that targets diet-related diseases, those with type 2 diabetes that, of course, can have specified type of food they have to eat but can't afford it. So we at the food bank provide this for them. And then we have a program that targets food waste, where we have a lot of food wastage happening both at the post-harvest level, at the processing level, at the retail level. All of this, we try to look through the entire value chain and then identify where the wastes are happening. And then we salvage it. We have a cold chain storage, very sizable, that is running 24 hours that help us preserve this food, and then we have them redistributed. We work with farmers in communities to salvage their surplus produce. All of these are initiatives that are interconnected, right, to address the problem of food insecurity and help nourish our society.
Food shortage that we have, we still have that issue of wastage. I mean, we don't have enough, yet it's being wasted. And you've talked about the initiative, but I'm also curious as to other smallholder farmers and what they have to deal with regards to issues like post-harvest losses and whatnot. A lot of them don't have access to some of these quote-unquote high-tech or this, conventional or modern day equipment with regards to storage of these produce, as it were. So how do we reach out to these people? How do we help these people? Because in no small measure they contribute, to the wider to the feeding of the wider majority, as it were. So how do we reach them and make sure that they don't keep having these sort of challenges, which eventually have knock-on effects?
So issue of storage has been there for a long time for a lot of our farmers, and at the moment I know there are a few interventions by the government working with some cold chain alliance corporations to help farmers, but I think we still have a long way to go in terms of the storage and cold chain storage to avoid wastage that happens with small scale farmers across the country. It is one of the major challenges that farmers are facing. The fact that most of their foods, their goods, their produce are perishable, and they don't have that storage facility to keep them or get them before they get to the market, and there's a lot of them get wasted on their farm. So how do we address this? I know that the government, of course, they have plans in terms of addressing this issue of storage, but I don't have it all fleshed out. And I know for a fact that it is something that is still like a long term, and all the government can do for now that is most feasible is to ensure that the roads are good for so that the farmers can get their goods across all the way to the market where it is needed, and then it doesn't get spoiled on the road while trying to transport it. But the cold chain storage is still like a secondary or a long-term kind of goal that might not be achieved now because it is still very much and very highly capital intensive.
Speaking with us this morning, Mr. Michael Sumbola, for your time. We do appreciate it. Many thanks again. Mr. Michael is the director, and he's the executive director of the Lagos Food Bank. He's joined us in a conversation this afternoon on Development Weekly, talking about the issues that we have, or challenges rather, that we have with regards to food security in the country. He's spoken also about his organization, the Lagos Food Bank, and what they have done so far in addressing that particular concern, which is still very much ongoing and which still very much plagues Nigerians. So before you go, Mr. Michael, very quickly, in a few words, I know that what happened yesterday was typical of your organization, but in the near future, what do we expect to see, courtesy of the Lagos Food Bank, with regards to this same issue? Are we going to have more partners joining? Are we going to have more initiatives? Just in a few words, just in about 30 seconds to a minute.
Yesterday, to commemorate the World Food Day, we had a whole lot of campaigns going on. We had food distribution, we had partnerships, and then I was also on a national TV, calling on the government to make our rights to food more justiciable, and then calling for the government to amend the constitution to make right to food, illegal right of every citizen. So we are looking at pushing some of these policies out there so that we can have a more concrete statement by the government that yes, this issue of food insecurity can be addressed and they can be held accountable to their words. So it's more of a policy thing, and we are also going to be doing what we can on the grassroots, to ensure that while we are calling for some of these policy changes, we are also reaching the vulnerable people to keep their hope alive before we see these policies become a reality that will have an overall impact on all the citizens. So
once again, thank you, Mr. Michael Sumbola, for joining us on the program today. We do indeed appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sumbola is the President, Executive Director, Lagos Food Bank Initiative, and he's joined us to give us his thoughts on the prevailing challenges as well as preferring solutions going forward. That's it on today's edition of Development Weekly. Of course, it does come your way every other Thursday at 1 p.m. Do keep a date with us next week at the same time. Again, thanks for watching. I am David Chidu. Have a wonderful day.
We've got just what you need. Parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The youths are not just participants in the fashion scene. They are trained setters, innovators, and driving forces behind a vibrant renaissance that is reshaping the global fashion landscape. This phenomenon is a testament to how young people are blending global influences with local tradition, creating a fashion narrative that is both distinctly African and universally appealing. Social media influence platforms just such like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter have become the playgrounds where Nigerian youths showcase their unique styles in fashion. In today's news talk, I will be looking at the young Nigerian fashion designers who have amassed large followings all over the world and have set trends in the global fashion landscape. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Recent fashion trends like the Nigerian streetwear movement are emblematic of how the youth are redefining fashion. Streetwear brands like JZO and Wanga Ayu are popular among young Nigerians for their innovative designs that incorporate indigenous textiles with urban styles, making a statement on both local and international stages. Young designers are leading the charge in merging traditional African aesthetics with modern fashion. For example, the popular brand Orange Culture, founded by Adebayo Okelawal, is celebrated for its contemporary takes on traditional Yoruba and Igbo attire, infusing them with a modern twist that appeals to both local and global audiences. Nigerian youths are adept at incorporating global fashion trends into their style while maintaining a strong connection to their cultural roots. This is evident in the popularity of Afrobeat musicians like Burna Boy and Wizkid, who are known for their fashion-forward looks that blend Western high fashion with African prints and accessories. The youth-driven fashion sector in Nigeria is booming. According to the Business Day 2023 report, the Nigerian fashion industry, largely fueled by youth, was valued at approximately $4.7 billion, with streetwear and youth-oriented brands experiencing a surge in popularity. This growth is evidenced by the rise of fashion startups and the expansion of retail spaces catering to young customers. As the fashion industry grows, so does employment. Young designers, stylists, and influencers are contributing to the job creation in the sector, like textile production, fashion retail, and digital marketing. For instance, the rise of local fashion hubs such as the Lekki Arts and Crafts Market has provided a platform for young entrepreneurs to showcase and sell their creations. For many young people in Nigeria, fashion is a form of self-expression and cultural identity. The resurgence of traditional fabrics like Ankara and Kente is in contemporary designs allows the youth to celebrate their heritage while embracing modernity. This blend of old and new has sparked a cultural renaissance where traditional attire is reimagined through the lens of contemporary fashion. Nigerian youths are also using fashion as a tool for cultural diplomacy. By showcasing their unique styles on global platforms, they are promoting African and challenging stereotypes. The success of brands like Maki O and Lisa Folawiyo on international runways highlights the global appeal of African-inspired fashion. Finally, the youths have literally taken the bulls by the horn in the area of fashion on a global scale. Now is the time to spread this commitment, courage, vision, and innovation to other parts of the Nigerian economy to make it stronger, resilient, and robust. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event. and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it's a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from Afrif. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst the Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. I mean, one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to think We have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers But in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
SOUQ News TV was at the Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival 2024 that held at the Silverbird Galleria in Victoria Island, Lagos. This is a different kind of film festival. This is one that showcases and celebrates the smartphone and all the magic that its camera can do. There was a panel session made good by the convener Kayode Baker to answer questions posed by anyone interested in smartphone filmmaking, smartphone content creation, and more. Industry experts, actors, content creators, movie makers, and enthusiasts were excited to witness this maiden but golden initiative. The event made it good to encourage smartphone users about the boundless possibilities that can be achieved with the smart device. Quite a small one as well. That small device that's ever present in the hands of people. The convener of the event, Kayode Baker, spoke with SOUQ News TV about his birthing this amazing incentive and helped us to bring more understanding to why he felt compelled to bring this to light.
We wanted to give content creators and smartphone filmmakers and filmmakers in general, wanted to unify them together. We want to create an opportunity for them to be able to showcase their films on the big screen. So we decided to come up with a concept where we'll invite filmmakers from all around the world who make movies on their smartphones so that they can showcase their films at the cinemas. So majorly movies and then content creation, because content creation today is taking over the world. I mean, one person does a comedy skit or a regular skit, it goes viral all over social media, and wants people to play that on the big screens or at the cinemas, and also people that want to dare to make feature films, to make their films and show them at the cinemas with a smartphone.
Guest speakers at the event included veteran filmmaker John Njama.
This client brought a second camera and we were already in location, and I felt this is just not it for me. And I know that my phone can do better. And I asked, what platform do you want to show this? And they said, YouTube and all that. I said, good, I'll use my phone. And of course I showed them higher res, ProRes, and all of that, format. And I think, even if I say so, I think it's beautiful.
Film director Shola Thompson.
Right now, your smartphones are actually
more powerful than some of the cameras that came out from 2004, 2005, or maybe even about that time. So yes, great times right now with smartphones.
Popular content creator Edgar Eriaka.
Some people are telling their stories of their friends, some people are telling them inspirations that they have maybe in the bathroom, bedroom, or wherever. So for me, it's always about telling stories based on the engagement I'm expecting.
And film distributor Moses Agbachuku.
The major concern is my content strong enough to drive people to go to the cinema and pay such the amount of money to see that content? For content creators, they don't have that worry. You put it on social media, if it's good enough, people just see. Now, some people even stumble on the content, just like it. Some people, maybe they are just swiping their phones and they get to see this content. So it's a different ballgame.
So my grudge is going forward, and especially with the advent of smartphones and storytelling, we could be a bit more intentional with what we do as skit makers or as content producers. We could infuse some kind of seriousness in what we do, because whether you like it or not, we should be able to borrow from the society and give back in turn to the society by ways of teaching, information, pedagogical values, something was somewhat serious, while at the same time you're making people laugh. It's possible. So going forward, the future is smartphone. The future is content. The future is storytelling. So we can now, here and now, begin to say this is the direction we're going, because that time will come. That time will come where you begin to identify with the serious ones and the unserious ones, and it will come forward to that time when we will have at the Oscars a category for best mobile phone filmmaking and all of that, and it's possible.
So first of all, I feel honored to be here, and it is always an amazing opportunity. I always feel super grateful when you have that opportunity to come around and inspire and educate people with that device that they have in their hand. So I always create my content, most of my content, with my smartphone. So when I had the opportunity and I was told to come over and speak about how to enable content creators with their smartphone, I was definitely going to be here. So yes, filmmakers are not content creators, although they create content, and it's always about the platform. All right, it's always about the platform. If you understand the social media platforms and you understand how film houses work, then you create content based on those platforms. Now you have people who are experienced at just comedy. You have people who are just experienced at social media content. When you give them a movie role, they're not so great at it, all right? If you give some people who are great at movies an opportunity to shoot a sketch or shoot a skit, whatever you call it, they're not great at this thing. So everyone is experienced in their own ground, in their own level. And I think the argument is great for creation, it's great for that competition, it's great for people to always say these things so that we're always relevant. Because when people keep talking, you're still in that space. So that young guy or young lady who wants to create content right now, I would say that just start. And you haven't started with the idea. No, you haven't started by writing it down. No, you haven't started by saying you will do it tomorrow. No, you haven't started by editing. No, you have started when the video goes out. All right, no matter how terrible the video is, put it out. People love the process. They want to look back and say, oh, this guy started with a terrible camera when he was 2 years ago. Now we're using a red camera. They want to see the process. Most people are always interested in your story, how you started. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad that you are not there yet. You can do amazing stuff, whatever you have. Edgar doesn't lie. I'm telling you what I did. Yeah.
I'm here today at Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival for my film screening. Kuye, Journey to Yak Suspended Lake. It's a documentary film about the only suspended lake in Africa. Kuye is a story about a young guy on a journey to self-discovery. We're also trying to tell the story about the only suspended lake in the whole of Africa. It's a project about spirituality, history, heritage, Africa, because this is our story. It's important because I'm African and nobody can tell our story better, so I feel like the market is there for us now. People are really interested in what we have to offer the world. So, and when I got the opportunity to work on this smartphone film, I decided to tell our original story. And yeah, I'm glad I did. And if I see I have more opportunity to do that, I will do more.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, SOUQ, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged SOUQ 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded, and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So so it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing, and I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Gamers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Gamers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Gamers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Gamehers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Gamehers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. My daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. She plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. If you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. Everything is a game. And so I think that the Gamehers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am going to stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Z's, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Gamehers. That's TheGamehers on all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people, find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors, and a big partner. Also I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dinoben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
This is Inside Life. My name is Jide Taiwo, and I thank you for joining us. On Inside Life, we talk about legendary Nigerian stuff, our cultural icons and legends. And today, I'm extremely delighted to be joined by the incredible, the one, the only, the non-imitable, never to be duplicated or replicated. Bawa Fry.
Yeah.
Greetings, boss.
Much love. Much love.
Yeah. I was saying off camera that I've known of you for 30 years or thereabouts, but this is the first time that I'm meeting you. And I've been, in the media and entertainment before the last 15 years. So it's an extreme pleasure of mine to be speaking to you. How are you, sir?
I'm good. And you?
I cannot complain. I'm with you. I can't complain. Thanks for joining us. So I want us to have a quick conversation about a number of things, but all of them are related. You are a legend. I hope that you hear that every day. And if you do not, I'm here to tell you, as far as Nigerian music goes, some of the success that we have today is because of the work that people like you have put in. So first of all, thank you. One of the things that strike me is I came up in an era that Nigerian music was looked at as ras. If you are doing Nigerian music, nobody wants to pay attention to you. But now, everybody in the world is looking to have a little bit of Nigerian music in their sound. If a Beyonce, a Drake, an Usher can want to find that Nigerian sound to do it. So that means we are doing something right. From your perspective, what has been the thing that has attracted the world to Nigerian music now? And then we can now place it side by side by your own story and your own beginning.
And to me, Nigerian music, I think I would say it has been growing right from time. But during the time of let me just say Felix Liberty, Kisukuti, and Majek, Kimono. Our music was accepted, but not widely accepted. Even in Nigeria, we don't play much of Nigerian music then. But when it comes to our era, we force it into people. Yes, I can proudly say that. We force it into people. That's when they stop playing much of foreign music and they concentrate on Nigerian music. I believe that was when all this started.
But for you, so talk us through your journey, coming from AJ, trying to survive from day to day, looking at music as an avenue for expression. So when you were doing music, were you doing it, or when you started doing music, were you doing music as, I want to do this music and I want to blow like Michael Jackson? Or was it something that you did out of self-expression?
Well, I would say it was something I did with self-expression. You understand? Because I love music. Music has been in me right from my childhood. When I was in boarding, I used to sing every Friday with my friends. I think then it was Temidire Secondary Boarding School.
Okay. So it's nowhere existing. It wasn't a private school. Was it a private school?
Yes.
Oh, so back then, you went to a private boarding school.
Yeah.
How? Because even I didn't go to a private school.
I think my mother did that.
Oh, okay. So please, we'll still come back to how you started making music. But for you and I don't want to reveal your age, but if your first music came out in the early 90s, right?
Yeah.
So people can guess. But so in the 80s, you went to a private school.
Yeah.
What was it about private education that appealed to your mother?
It's private, and at the same time, we mix it up with government.
Right.
You understand? So by then, I was very stubborn, And that place, they used to straighten children's head, So they took me there. So I learned a lot. That was when I started singing, began to have, I think, a live experience and other things, That was when I started composing myself, because then, man, I was stubborn. I can pick bottles, full bag and sell it. We hustle ourselves.
So,
those days.
This thing that you're saying, I remember that when I joined secondary school, I have friends that were telling me, how can you say you don't have money? You need to hustle now. And I was asking them, what do you mean hustle? And then they told me, okay, you can sell bottles, you can sell plastic, you can do paro, and all of that.
Yeah.
So that's what you were doing on a different
Yeah.
But why? Was it that there was no food to eat, or you were just bored?
Well, we use it as hustling because we can't depend on our parents. You know, they do their own and we too will do our own. We need to hustle on
But
our
your
own.
parents were housing you and they were feeding you.
Yes.
What did you need that your parents would not provide that you had to hustle, or was just that a way of
Well,
life?
my parents are not rich. I will not say they are rich, but I think they are trying. They were trying then. But for me, as a youth coming up, I need to start to hustle myself. You understand?
Yeah.
Because they say dance where you go sweet now from beginning you go know.
That's right.
So I have to start hustling to make money to buy clothes and other things to fix up myself. So my parents only bought clothes for us Easter Day or Christmas Day.
Wow.
So we do the rest ourselves. But food, they do it.
You'll chop.
Yes, chop.
But so this was at Jegule in the 70s and the 80s?
Yes.
What was life like at that time?
AJ, life is somehow, I would say, difficult. When I mean difficult, you need to hustle, you know, to do things. Like when I started music, I know how I struggled, you know. So a lot of youth in Ajegule were into moving. That's movements.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What are they?
Sometimes we go to think and we
Right.
go to hustle. You know, why some of our guys were moving out of the country.
So you go to Tinkan Port.
Tinkan Port.
Right, and then you offload trailers, all of the. What was the hustling like at the time?
Yes, offload trailers, you know, and watch over some of the goods, you know. Then, I'll tell you my story. I work, apart from Tinkan, I still work in a construction company. I work with the construction company, that's an Italian company in those days. We build so many houses now. This Force Road, all those buildings.
Yeah.
At Force Road there. We build those buildings.
So this was when in the early 80s?
Early 80s, yeah.
So as a young man, you work on the construction site, and then you have 1 or 2 bottles before you go home.
No, when month end.
When month ends,
Yes,
so it's
when
not like
month end.
on a daily basis.
Yes.
So when month ends like this now, you just go and chop life small.
Yes, because I'm not the drinking type.
Oh.
Understand?
Really?
So yeah.
But everybody from Ajegule, people assume that from Ajegule, you have a vice. You're either drinking or smoking or fighting. I'm sure that's a misconception.
No, that's a misconception. You understand? Ajegule is nice. You know, we have mad people everywhere, not only in Ajegule.
But your own madness is on a different level.
On a different level. Because we make our own loud. You understand? That's why a whole lot of talent comes from Ajegule.
Right.
In terms of football, music, comedy, you know, acting. You understand? So, Ajegule, the way people talk about Ajegule, it's not the way Ajegule is.
Back in the days, what was it about AJ that made it such a fertile ground for talent? Like you just said, a lot of music came out from Ajegule, sports came out of Ajegule, comedy, film. You know, Ajegule seemed like a world on its own.
Yeah, because people are free. Children, let me say children are free to go out and play, to mingle with themselves. They are free to do so many things in those days in Ajegule. So I think they meet with themselves, they share ideas, you know, and in those days it was like a challenge. If you're a musician, you want to do better. If you're a comedian, you want to do better. Also, footballer and other field. You understand? So the hustling got to be tight. And those days we have dancehall. We call it RDC. That's Robert Dog Chapel. That's where most Ajegule artists used to go every Sunday. That's every Sunday from, let me say, from 4 o'clock to dawn. I think RDC is among the let me say, I will not call it a club, a dancehall, that inspired most Ajegule artists.
So how did you make the transition from singing in your boarding house intermediary to now making...
No. An intermediary time, I was still, I think, in a primary school. So during the time of RODC, I was in secondary school then.
Right. So what was the trajectory? So as a child intermediary, I used to play around with your friends.
Yeah.
What point did you start thinking, oh, I can start to do music for myself?
I think it was when I came back from boarding. So I went to music school called Three Face Music School.
You went to music school?
Yeah, called
Why?
Three Face Music School.
Why?
I just feel like going.
So what were they teaching you at that music
keyboard? I was learning how to play keyboard, and sometimes I used to ask my lecturer some questions. That my teacher then later went to Fela Shrine. Was teaching there too.
Wow.
Yes. So by then I wanted to sing like Bob Marley. So I tried. Then one day I called him. I want to sing like Bob Marley. You see, Bafra, you cannot sing like Bob Marley. Sing like yourself. I said, myself? I said, what about Fela? He said, Fela sang like himself. So that is why if you want to sing Afrobeat, you like to sing like Fela or use Fela's voice. So sing like, okay, I don't pick it. I begin to sing like Baba Frayo. That is why some people need to copy me. I will not say somebody. To copy the kind of my song, you understand, and use the kind of my voice. You understand? So that is why I believe in the words of that teacher. As I should sing like myself, and I advise everybody to be themselves. You have to show yourself to the world, not another person. Because if you sing like Bob Marley, they will think that you are imitating Bob Marley, you are copying Bob Marley, you are not yourself. So I have to sing like myself. So I learned so many things. Every Friday, we used to host a live band outside to entertain the people. So I was testing my talent then, to see how progressive I was then, you understand? So later, we begin to go from clubs to club to entertain the people until I started doing recording.
So, I'm going to ask you this, right? We know the people that came out from Ajegule in that era, from the late 80s to the early 90s. It seemed like Ajegule had 1 million stars that they just wanted to put on the big stage. And we know a number of people that came out. At that time that you were emerging, as an Ajegule act, you were recording music for yourself, who were the other artists that were coming around that time?
Coming around me?
Coming around the music scene, that period.
Well, it was, I think, they have so many of them. Some of them, they are still existing, while some of them are no more existing. Some of them fall apart. When I mean fall apart, they are no more in the music,
yeah.
you understand. I would say a person like Bobby Joseph, there's a guy called Bobby Joseph, is the one that first featured me in a sound. Then we have Fresh, okay, and so many people, Nico Gravity. Yeah, Mighty Mouse. Yeah, they done. I think that the Fresh first came out.
That the Fresh came out?
They came out in group.
Okay,
first.
yes.
Then that the Fresh went on his own. He came out with an album. Then SOUQ came out with an album. Then I came out as Dengue Pulse. And I bust the place. I bust the place.
Yes, you did. But when Dengue Pulse came out, yes, you had mentioned these guys, Daddy Fresh, Daddy SOUQ, and Baba Fry.
And Nico Gravity.
Yeah. Yes, Nico Gravity was almost like...
And apart from that, we still have Mighty Mouse.
Mighty Mouse.
Yeah.
So, Mighty Mouse and Nico Gravity were like actual dancehall artists.
Yeah.
You know. By the time that the Fresh came out to do a little raga and then a little solo and all of that, Daddy SOUQ found a way to do, you know, Nigerian pidgin and a little bit of dancehall.
Yeah.
You came out with a little bit of dancehall, but a lot of Nigerian swagger.
Yes, that's
right.
That's why I named it Afro Reggae Beat.
Afro Reggae Beat.
Yeah, then.
This was what you named it in 1993, 94.
90, I think, no, it should be 96.
96.
Yeah.
96. So, yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you if you felt, if you were encouraged by the people that had come, you know, a little bit before you. What was the relationship between you and a Daddy Fresh or a Nico Gravity and Mighty Mouse or Daddy SOUQ? Was there anything that kind of connected, outside of the fact that you all came out of Ajegunle? Was there any encouragement on that side? Say, for you, say as they go, such and such.
No.
No.
Yes. Apart from Mighty Mouse, I would say no. Daddy Fresh. You understand?
Yes.
Because sometimes I used to go to Daddy Fresh's place. I used to go to Mighty Mouse's place because I like strolling, you know. So I think we used to discuss about music then, you know. But we don't have the same, I would say, the same concept.
Yeah, but slightly different.
Yeah, it's different. Because where I came from, where I got my inspiration from, it's not the same
as theirs.
So that is why my own is different.
So will you say that's why you didn't have conflicts with them, because you had different styles?
Yeah, I don't have conflicts with them. But, I will put but. Sometimes the fans can make artists have conflict if they don't want to.
How?
Because there will be a lot of rumor, and if you don't control, if the artist don't control himself, it might get loose and they have problem.
So just humor me, at the time that you were doing your stuff, what were the rumors that you were hearing? And this is with people that you were friendly with.
Yeah, I think apart from rumor, there was a lot of challenges then. There are some people who are jealous because they did not believe that I can break through. And they move like Black Lion. When they see me for night.
Right.
When they see me for night, but daytime you can see me. So they, like when I started playing my song on the radio, they went to Ray Power and they told Kenny Ogungbe that I said they used to collect bribe. You know, that was the first attack they gave me.
So sorry to cut you short. Kenny Ogungbe comes up frequently when we are charting the course of Nigerian music.
Yeah.
And it's because they've done
a lot of work in that regard.
Yeah.
So credit to Kenny Ogungbe for doing all the work that he did. But who were these people? Because Kenny Ogungbe was like the biggest platform for people that are trying to make Nigerian music. Who were the people trying to put you in a tight spot? Because if Kenny Ogungbe, you know, felt a way about you or decided he didn't want to play your music, it would have been difficult to make that breakthrough. But who were these people? Were these people from Ajegunle?
Yes.
That you're familiar with?
Yes.
That are also musicians?
Yes.
Do I know their names?
Well, since they didn't tell me their name, there's no need for me to tell you their name.
But you find out who their names were?
Yes.
Are they people that we know?
I don't think.
Right.
But they are among the same pretty busy boys. Let me put it so. When I mean pretty busy boys, they are among the Showcase and Fresh group.
But wasn't that the Fresh?
No.
And wasn't Shoki?
No.
What's the relationship between you and Daddy Shoki?
We were friends.
We were friends?
Yes.
Are you still friends?
I don't hide things for now, no.
At what point was there a dissolution of your friendship with Shoki?
Yeah, there was something I posted when I feel the spirit, you know. And that thing, I know something will go wrong in the future, but I don't know the way to say it. You understand? So I just spoke about it, and that the same Shoki posted a video. He didn't mention my name, but people know that it was me.
Is this of recent?
About a year ago, 2 years ago, sorry.
Right.
2 years ago.
And what was it that he posted? Was just something random? You know, because Daddy Shoki does a lot of training and jogging. Was this something he did as play?
Not play, oh.
It wasn't play.
No. This is, I would call it a kind of bullying.
Bullying?
Yes, I would call it a kind of bullying.
Right.
But when I made that video, it was because, I don't want to go back, but...
Yes, it's just...
Yes, because of someone said he donated so and so amount, blah, blah, blah. And I said, the people where they donate money for, people know they see them, they don't know them. How you know donate money for people where they suffer? And your fellow artists, during my time when I was depressed, I think I saw people tagging you. You didn't make any effort. Shoki was the one that even responded. See, if Chrisman not the shame, in family the shame. I mean be Chrisman now. Then I responded because me too, I don't agree so I be Chrisman. I responded, I say, Chrisman better pass Steve.
Wow.
You go see him for YouTube now, he did there now.
Yeah. In terms of responding to one another, could you have called Shoki to say, Alaye, what's going on?
No, I don't need to call him.
You didn't feel a need to? Was that at the point that the friendship kind of dissolved, or you guys had not been talking for years?
No, we've been talking. You know, I was shocked when I saw the video. And people were calling me, both in foreign and local. Yes, and local. Calling me, say, what's happening? I said, don't worry now. Even Adame called me, the late Adame.
Yes.
Because Adame was, I think, what Adigule brought up. Sure, you know.
Yes, I'm aware.
She called me and she asked me so many things. She wants to be on the side of those people. Then I changed it. Come, you be small girl. Oh. Know what you want to talk. You know, talk anyhow, yeah. So you later understand
where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm coming from. So she calmed down. She said, okay, go and review another video and explain to the people that this is what you meant. I said, okay, I will do it because of you. But the way I did the video was a different way. Yes, I have to act like a madman too. You call me madman, I will craze for you now. If you call me a better person, I will be a better person for you. That is just life. You understand? And to me, I just want to do my day. I think you can say it here.
I
released the song.
Day or day,
yeah, 2020.
Yes.
That was when I released that job, Day or Day. It's because of what happened to me. So just day or day. I did my own.
So I don't want to, pry too much. But Daddy Shoki, in terms of, Nigerian music and the stature of his, is an icon, same way that you are. And what makes it troubling is that you both had a relationship for a long time. So what could have been the cause for him to react to something that was a vulnerable moment for you? For you to say, this is what I'm going through. And for somebody that has been your friend over the years, did you have a prior conversation that would make him feel like, fire on too much? If Chris Man know the shape, people the shape. What would make him make that kind of statement?
I don't know. I told you I was surprised to see such thing. Some people feel say they be lion for AJ. They call you king, you get the people you rule over, not me. And I cannot accept someone to be a king over me.
Just as a final one on that count, is there an opportunity? Do you feel like you and Shoki can still talk about these things, resolve whatever the problem appear to be? Because you are telling me now that you don't know where that came from, and I know that if I speak to Shoki, you probably have a thing or two to say. But do you think, given your history, given the place of the both of you in Nigerian history, is there space for you to talk about this? Maybe one-on-one, nobody needs to be there, and just iron these things out. Or you moved on?
I said, for me, I've moved on. Because if I see such a thing, I will just have it in mind that you're not existing. So I just have to move on. But still, many people, they can't rest, but I don't know why. They have money. According to them, they have money, they have the, but they still monitor me. They still go on social media to chat me as if they are hotel owners, to ask me how much am I going to collect for a show. Later I found out that this number that this person gave me on WhatsApp, I know this number, but I will not call name. That is how they use. But to me, I'm a free man. If you are good to me, I'm very good. I will be very good to you. You understand? That is my life. I can fight for you. I can do anything for you. That is my life. I don't play hanky-panky girl. According to my old friend in Adigule, I don't play agapagebe style, Right. Yeah, so we do things with reality. I'm very positive in anything I do. That is why you see me, I'm free. I know they join anything, I'm not the join. I free myself from everything. So if I want to die, I won't think of anything. Maybe I did something bad, or I'm into this, I'm into that. I'm very free. This is my hand, my hand clean. But many of them, if you come and say their hand clean, I'm telling you the truth.
So anyway, from Denge Pose to Day or Day,
yeah,
that's a lifetime that you put in those years.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Denge Pose. You came in and, as you said, scattered everywhere. Till today, dengue is still slang in anywhere in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What was the movement like? Did you know when you were recording that song that I'm doing something that is going to scatter the place?
Yeah.
You knew it.
I knew it.
Did you see it in your dream? Did you?
Because how the inspiration came, I can't really explain it. But as I started recording it, I began to feel it. I began to see myself beyond where I was then. So I have so much belief that the sound will reign. If I tell you how I got to my record label, you won't believe it.
Please tell us. Tell us. We need to know.
Okay. I would say I did my first demo somewhere, Maza there.
Yeah.
So I brought it home. I played it. My mother listened to it. I said, try. She encouraged me. So, and then she was the one that was footing my bill. You understand? In the music school. So after then, I did my second demo at Three-Face Music School. Then my third demo was in AVI, Ikeja. You know, I just had an opportunity then with Nelson Brown. It was just only 35 minutes we used in programming that song, and I put in my voice. 35 minutes. So after then, I did my second track. I began to look for sponsor. With only those 2 tracks, I went to Moxon. I don't know if you know Moxon.
Oh, Moxon, yes.
He said they had gone to London. So I went to Ferlin. I don't know if you know Ferlin.
I remember
Ferlin.
Yeah.
I went to Ferlin. They took my demo, and they were doing some delay tactics because they want to release Nicogravity then.
Yeah.
So something just came into my mind, just like what I did that this man challenged me. So say, go to that your bag. There is a complimentary card there. All of a sudden they say, God, they talk to person here. I don't believe now from the heart. Go to that place and look.
Wait, so you didn't hear a voice say, Frayo, my son?
No.
There's a bag. So you didn't hear a voice speak to you like that?
But
it came in your heart, like inspiration, like intuition.
Yes, intuition. So go to that bag. There's a complimentary card they gave you. Check that complimentary card again. Then I check it because when they gave me that complimentary card, I thought it was a DJ complimentary card, because those days when a DJ want to design their complimentary card, they will put something like record there. So there was something like record there. So when then I go to it and checked it. So when I check it, I saw Ultima Records. I said, 121 solo. I said, how did I find these things now? Because they dropped that complimentary card for me to come and teach them in their music school, to come and teach them keyboard, how to play keyboard. So then when I went there, my friend Lucky Ulisse was the artist manager of Ultima Records. So he said, okay, Frayo, you don't come. Okay, fine. I want you, at least, this is record label, and I want you to, we have a music school section here. I want you to teach them, to be their music teacher there. I said, what section? Say keyboard. Bro, it's not be that to account. This is my demo. Say, sound regular music. Play and first now. He said, okay, bring it. Then he took it to the director's office. So when they were playing it, the NEPA took light. So they asked me to come. I remember that day, I came on Wednesday. So they asked me to come on Saturday. So I went there on Saturday. They said, okay, let us see what they can do. So the other week, they said they have signed me. I was very happy, but I was in number 13.
So wait, they signed you as an artist
with only 2 tracks.
Only 2 tracks.
Because those days you must have 6 tracks, and they must screen you very well. But this only 2 tracks.
So it was Dengue Pose,
and Frayo Style. Romantic Bede, Frayo Style in those days. So after that number 13, you brought me to number 4.
So you were number 13 on their roster?
On their roster, yes.
When they signed you, was there any exchange of value? Did they pay you a certain amount and say, oh, Frayo, now you're our artist? Or what did you get out of being signed at the time?
Yeah, I get my royalty, but...
No, so the royalty will be down the line.
No. They did not pay me anything.
They didn't pay you anything up front. So you just entered it with faith.
Yes.
Say, I've had an opportunity.
The opportunity. God bless you. So from number 13 to number 4, from number 4 to number 1. So that was when I started recording. So they asked me, who is your producer? Because they have company, their company producer.
Yeah.
I said, no, I have my own producer. They said, okay, I should bring my producer. Then their producer and my producer will work together. I said, okay. But that producer, their producer, he failed me. Oh.
So you didn't bring your own producer?
No. Because I jumped some stories there.
Yeah.
When he listened to the music, that same producer was from Ajegule. Olu, that's the producer's name. He gave me 35.
35.
He said I should go and sing like Buju Banton. Imagine. So I said, okay. I still keep the record till today. Wow, that 35 he gave me.
By 35, you mean the record?
Yes, that's the demo I gave them.
Yes.
So he gave me 35, not even 50 cents.
35%.
I failed.
35 is like an
in short,
it's not pass.
It's not pass at all.
Not pass.
Wow. So, but I just find out that upon the 35 he gave me, as time goes on, the company still signed me up because one girl came to that office when they were playing the sound. The chairman said, all this kind of regular music. The girl said, she's a government gospel artist. She said, if this music no sell, I no go come here again. Wow. I stand for this music.
And she did not know you?
She did not know me.
It's not your sister from home?
No. Wow. That was when they started recording. So sorry, that was when they signed me on. So when I started recording, the company producer began to distract us. We want to turn that kind of music to high life. And then we love reggae music in Ajegule. Reggae music, mama, papa, old papa, mama, that's all right. Of them, they dance reggae music then. So when we started working, he kept distracting us. Then my producer got angry. He called the chairman. Told him that if this guy continued to work with us, that he will not work again. That was how they removed that guy. Then with myself, him, and a guy called Saboj, 3 of us, we started working. At the end, we succeeded. The person they give 35 come past people who then give 100 for the same company.
Wow.
You understand? So that is life. What I'm trying to tell the people is that no matter what, every failure, be courageous. If somebody disappoints you, no feel disappointed though. Get strong mind again.
And go again.
Go again.
For you, it's been a long journey.
Yeah.
And you've had successes. You've also had low periods.
Yeah.
At those low periods, what were you telling yourself?
Well, those low periods, I still have courage because I talk to myself, advise myself that I know I was going to make it then. So I used to encourage myself because I'm the kind of person, I don't give up. I don't give up at all. I keep moving. Except I don't want to do it. If I want to do it, I keep moving. So I keep encouraging myself. That is how I think the same thing I do to my children. Yes, be always courageous. Especially when you know that this thing, you can get it. You can get it if you really want.
Right.
You understand? That's it, you're saying, brother.
Speaking of children, you've had a family life that, in as much as you want to be private, some of it had become mainstream gist, So now that you're older and your children are getting older, what do you feel about your journey in marriage and in life? We know the times that things were rough, and then you have a wife, you have children. What's been the transition?
Well, you know, it's not easy to take care of a family, especially wife. We just pray, not only pray, we need to open our eyes very well, our mind to get a good wife. It's not easy to get a wife that is honest. It's not easy to get a wife that can come to your level. You understand? But if you want to enjoy yourself and your family, just take your wife the way you take your children.
How do you mean?
Just see your wife, because if you separate your wife from your children, everything she does, you will be offended. You understand? That's why you see some people, they kill themselves. The wife can do mistake, because even you yourself, you can say, okay, I don't want to do this thing, but at the end, you can do it. So, if you take your wife as part of your children, I think you can be able to enjoy everything.
Meaning,
you know, easier.
The unconditional love that you have for your children, you need to have unconditional love for your wife as well.
Yeah.
How did you come up with this thing? Because I know that, you know, I don't want to delve too much about things of the past, but there have been times that you were in a relationship that wasn't all the way good. And did you have this idea at the time, like, if I love this person completely like I love my kids, things will be better for us, or this person, it wasn't for me, no matter how much you tried at the time?
Yeah, so many things came into my mind. You know, it's not easy. Like my mother now, I think he taught us some things. He say, Frayo, God create house for husband and wife to the quarrel and to the settle. So with that alone, you can work on that. You understand? There is no time except, look, in a family, you must have a problem. So when you have that problem, you as a man, you need to deal with it like a man, like a father, like a God.
Like a God.
Like a God.
And what if you've tried and things are just not working out the way you thought they would, as you know, as you've tried as a man, as a God? What do you do in that regard?
I think you leave everything so. You can't kill yourself. If you do too much, you cry now. That's all.
Was that what happened with the previous situation? You just left everything to God. I'm like,
yeah,
I gotta move on.
I gotta move on, man.
But now that you know, what's family life for you? Are you happy when you see your wife and kids? Are you worried that, am I doing enough to put them in a situation that they are fine? You know, what's the thing?
To me, I'm happy. You understand? Because I think when I started my life with my wife and my kids, I see my kids as my mate then. It's funny. I don't see them as my children then. I see them as then I see them as my mates. But as time goes on, when they begin to mature, they say daddy, 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 daddy. Because before, when they call me, I say, call me Baba Frayo.
You won't be like Fela with that?
Call me Frayo.
Why?
They just know. That's why I see them like...
Sort of like...
Yes.
You know, because I saw an interview of Yenny that she did a few years ago, and she was saying that Fela didn't look at you like you were his child. He looked at you as a full, complete human being with your destiny, with your life. And that's what your own thought process. My kids are their own creations. They're my guys.
They are my guys. So it comes to a time when I think the senior one one day just came to the parlor and said, you guys should. I said, who be guy? Me guy. That was a guy. Me guy.
Right.
The mother now said, your father guy. So that was when I changed that.
That idea.
Yeah, that idea. I know. I begin to see them like my children. So now if they say daddy, I say, okay, I answer daddy. But at the same time, I have to see myself, when I mean as God, not as their almighty.
Yes.
As somebody we can tolerate so many things, that accommodate so many things. God will not see him now. Anything you tell him, you cause him, I'll send you.
So that's like the approach that is good to have a family life.
Yes.
Not because you are not a God because you want to command them.
No.
But to absorb those things that they may not even know that they are doing wrong.
Yes.
That's really deep. That's really deep. Let's talk a little about another low time. You know, you've mentioned now in our conversation that there were times that you felt depressed, you know, and it took a long time. What were the things that were taking you into that dark space?
Well, I think my son, was having this, what they call it, it's ulcer, but there's this name they call it. I've forgotten it. So it needs operation. I think we've done the first operation, but it wasn't successful because at the time he began to feel pain again, even in the school. So he managed it for some months, and have been spending even before that lockdown until we got to the lockdown. So everything just weighed me down. I don't have to come out and air up my mind that I'm depressed. So a whole lot of people, Nigerians, both in foreign and you know, they assisted me, you know, and I got rid of it. And I so much thank a friend called Dr. Mohammed. He really tried. He did his best. You know, there are so many people that help during that dark period, you know. There is this lady I don't know from Asaba, you know. She really tried. She foot the bill. She said go and depress no more.
Your career has spanned nearly 30 years.
Yes.
And you said that when you signed to Ultima, they gave you your royalties down the line. What is the state of
They did not give me anything.
Let me ask again.
We only signed though.
So you signed.
Not
so when
the
Denge Post came out,
I didn't get anything though.
It's a lie.
Before God and man, I didn't get anything. Dime.
Wow. How?
I didn't get anything. Nothing.
So as wild as that song went, that it became a
the director, the general manager and order, they formed a clique in that company. Because there was this woman, they call Madam Ultima. She sells drink on the downstairs of the office of Ultima Records. So the woman saw me a day when I was driving towards that Ultima Record. He stopped my car. He stop. I stopped. Because that woman was a Celestial Church of Christ woman. He said, Frayo, I beg, forgive me. I said, forgive you for what now?
Wow.
Now my shop, then they can't hide all your cassettes. All your cassettes in my shop, then they can't hide them.
Wow.
I said, I said, okay. Leave them, make them chop.
Wow.
We could see where the thing go carry them reach.
Wow.
So I think I will not involve the chairman because the chairman was not always around. Yes. He has his own office. So when he closed from his office, he will come down to the studio area to Ultima Record itself. So, but those people use, well, let me not speak deep about that because a whole lot of things happen after they embezzle. In short, after they squander the whole money, a whole lot of things happen after then.
All of these things, did they affect you directly?
No.
Because you had moved on.
I've moved on.
But today, who owns the rights to Denge Post, for instance?
Now, me own the right of my music.
Do you have those rights?
Yes.
So, if you were to put Denge Post on a film, for instance, who does royalties go to?
Myself. I have the lyrics.
You must feel
and
really
they not
good.
give me royalty. Nothing.
Not till date.
Nothing.
That's wild. But how about when you went for performances? Who was making the money from performances?
Myself.
Right. So if you go to a show now, nobody's coming to struggle with you that
No,
recorded this. Because it's been 30 years.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't have the rights at that time, by now we'll have reverted to you.
Yes.
Right. But for, you know, icons and legends such as yourself that have done work in the past, and now that Afrobeats and Nigerian music is huge, a lot of them don't have rights to their work. A lot of them are not profiting from the work that they've done. You know, what do you think is the way out for that?
To me, it depends on the contracts
that was signed.
Yes, you understand it now. And to me, I don't see any record label these days.
How? We have plenty of record labels.
People used to put their music on the platform. Like we have different
streaming services.
Streaming services, you know. So I can't say, okay, which of the record label you know now?
I know plenty now.
Like
Universal just bought Maven. You know, Chocolicity and Warner are doing business. Who else is there? There's YBNL that does business with Empire. There is Naira Zone, Malian Records. You know, there are bits and pieces all over the place.
Bros, I need to see all those ones as record labels.
As record labels.
I need to see.
You see them as imprints, have you?
Yes.
So when you say a record label, you know, that has a system, a structure behind it.
Yeah.
So, in your opinion, do we still need record labels now?
To me, I think the way things are going now, I don't think we need it anymore. Because we have got into the digital world now.
Wow. Pardon me. Like I said, you're not senior bra. So if you are saying that we don't need record labels, what is it that young people are looking for? Baba can't sign me. Baba can't do all of these things.
All those ones, I don't call it record label now. You understand? It's just like you're signing it. Look, if you want to sign with a record label, it's like a ceremonial in those days. You understand? But these days, you have to bow for one person. You understand? You have to bow for one person. Okay, look at what happened with this guy. What do they call his name? Obad and whatever.
Yes.
You understand?
And
So,
Naira.
if really they have a clean record label, nobody will bully anybody now. Everybody go day in, day now. If you don't want to do it again, you go. But this one is just like a click thing.
Like click?
Yes.
So most of the record labels that we have in Nigeria is just click.
To me, it's just
Baba,
click.
how far now?
How
Baba,
far?
I'm your boy. I'm loyal. No, just sign anything.
Sign anything. Just at least push me, make people know me.
Wow.
To me, my advice is that because now we're in a digital world and we've got into another phase of kind of music industry. It's a different thing now.
Field entirely.
It's a different field entirely. So if anybody see anyone where it can good for them, but open your eyes well, then go into it. Sign a good contract.
Having a lawyer that can vet your contract.
Yes. But how many copyright lawyers do we have in this country? How many we get now?
I was going to say I know a few, but I just did a quick calculation in my
That's
head.
why I say how
I
many?
know about 10 or 15, and we have 200 million people.
200 million people. Okay, if you want to talk about house now, you have about, you know how many lawyers that are into lands and house property. Sure you understand.
Yeah.
But music, copyright, how many we have? Even you want to fight, somebody copy your music now. Your style of music. You don't have, even we have a lawyer self. The lawyer self is not the competent. to run the package. The other person can influence
this Kwekwe lawyer.
Yes, Kwekwe lawyers.
Right.
Then get rid of you.
A lot of people that came from Adegunle back in the days, your other father something, or your daddy something, or your baba something. Why is it that all of you were just baba this, baba that, baba?
Well, some people do name themselves like the Jamaican artists. I think in Jamaican artists we have so many kind of funny names. We have the Rankins, we have the Daddy, you know, but there is no Baba there.
That's right.
You understand? That's why I came up with Baba Fry.
So that's why you are the first to use Baba something in Nigerian music.
Baba Fry.
Baba Fry.
Yes.
How does that make you feel looking back? Do you feel like, yeah, I did something? Or do you feel like I could have done more, or I came at the wrong time?
Well, everything happened at the right time. Because if I say it's the wrong time, well, everything happened at the right time. You understand? Because what if I don't release the music and someone else release it? Someone else even want to release it now. That the same person was the one that got to rape power to tell Kenny Ogungbe.
This person that we are not saying his name.
You will one day you will hear his name.
You don't want to tell me now?
Yeah, no one tell you now. But you will hear his name. You know?
Right.
And God know how he does it. The way people understand God, me I don't know, but me get my own understanding. There is something you do, nothing will happen to you. There is something you do, you don't go scot-free.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Remember, this is where we tell you don't keep quiet. Let us talk. So we could go bitter talking, we could go sweet talking, we could go angry talking, but no matter what it is, we talk. We don't keep quiet. So it doesn't matter what's happening in your neck of the wood, we will talk. So welcome to SOUQ Pulse. Call your neighbors, your friends. It's time to talk. We've got a very short break, and I will spell out the topic and tell you the beautiful person that will be with us today on SOUQ Pulse. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. It's your program, it's my program, it's where we talk. Now, today we are heading to the film industry. Yes, at least I gave out some very, very short things that will make you know where we're going to. Well, yeah, that's where we're going to. We are going to the film industry. We are asking ourselves this same question. If we want to get productive, then every sector needs to play. Every hand needs to get involved. And now we go to entertainment. majorly film, our stories, our narrative. What are we shaping? We are asking ourselves. Now we are looking at this for young people that make up well over 65% of Africans. For those in the film industry, those are the people we are bringing on the spotlight for today. Young people in film production. And we are showing up this particular question. It's this continent film industry secured for the future in the hands of these young people. The stories they are going to tell, how they are going to tell it, how they are going to collaborate in telling it, where they are right now, where they envisage to be in the future. Is it going to take Africa to that particular place where we want to hear ourselves, be proud of ourselves, and see our story told our own way with narrative that we will be proud of? That's what we're talking about today on SOUQ Pulse, and we want you to be part of this conversation. Now, to do justice to this is another very young person who is doing us proud in this sector, in this industry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for the first time, via Zoom though, Gloria Ugoli Ehierson. Gloria, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Hi, Chooks, good afternoon and thank you for having me.
Very much. I'm tempted to look away and just stare at your face, but I passed that temptation. For those that are wondering, Gloria is a filmmaker. She's a director. She's a producer. She's also a scriptwriter. I've seen her work before. I'm not vouching for her, but yes, I am directly saying you and telling that to your face. I've seen her work before, and I've seen some of her productions. And she is a delight to see work. For every young person with this kind of passion, we celebrate you. And Gloria, today we celebrate you. I want to talk about film, young people, production, and where we want to be. This is SOUQ Pulse. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now let's head straight into it. Now, young people are definitely making mark in this industry. Yeah. Be it in short content, be it in skits, be it in short movies, be it music, we are not going there, be it in local movies, be it in sectional local movies, now be it in full feature films. Yeah. Now, can they be the difference the industry is looking for? Because as we speak right now, it's very individualistic. We still know a whole lot of things are missing. Are the young people the difference this industry is looking for?
Oh yes, I believe strongly that they are definitely the link that has been missing because of their passion and because of the opportunities open to them right now and the technology they have. For example, we have the AI coming up, and as scary as that seems, people in the older generations are looking at it like, very soon we might not have jobs. But with the younger people, we know that they could use this and leverage and take the industry to a much higher level in terms of making films that are groundbreaking, films that are innovative, films of things that we never dreamt of doing before. The young ones are doing very well with the technology they have, and I can't wait to see how much they will do. They are also privileged to have lots of access to finance, as much as some of them might say no, but yes, they do have a bit of access to finance, much more than we had growing back in the days, definitely, because they have access to finance. Like, for example, the grants coming up from the central bank, from the Creative and Cultural Ministry of Creative and Cultural Arts for the Chocolate City also. That's coming up next year. I can't wait. So yes, the young ones do have technology and they have access to funds and grants, and their minds are amazing. I have the privilege of training young people in film industry, and I have seen what they can do, and I hear their ideas that blows my mind, and knowing that they have the tools to achieve this with minimal efforts and minimal funds, it's amazing. Definitely the future is much brighter than it has been.
Okay, the future is much more brighter than it has been. Yes, I think I see it right in front of me. Now let's go to some places most people don't know. Now you happen to be the CEO of Glado Streamline Productions, and I know you've also done several works with several NGOs, be it the BBC, um, and some other places we might not want to step on. Now, this accounts for opportunities that are available for young people to acquire not just experience, but to also acquire connection. There is this particular trend that has been in the industry for a very long time, where the creative part is 100% divided or far away from the business side. With this generation, are we seeing that collaboration now? Because no matter how creative you are, if the business is not there, you are just another hungry fellow that's going to roam the street for a very long time. Are we seeing that collaboration or that hand-in-hand work between the creative and the business side of it?
I think it's growing. It's still not there. I mean, way back in my time in film schools, there was no course telling you film as a business. You know, there was no financial literacy course that we would take as producers. But in my own academy, for example, in Gladio Master Classes, we make sure that the producers, in fact, everybody not only has access to a training on intellectual property rights, but also on royalties and film as a business. And I think people are beginning to think about it that way, because we need to see film as a product. And I think they are beginning to see that. And I think they are actually beginning to think of how to monetize their products, how to monetize their content, their skits, their short films. And social media has just, you know, broken and shattered all the distributions that we can ever think about. They have brought them open and closer to the world and to their target audience, and broadened the spectrum in terms of how many people they can reach in a short period of time. So yes, they are thinking about the money. However, like I did mention, it's important to think about the film and the content they produce as a product. So once from the script you're writing, you're already thinking, where is this film going to? What distribution and what festivals can I take it to? Who and what medium am I going to use it as to pass through it? Where am I going to take it to first? And then where? And then where? And how much am I going to make? How am I going to make money from merchandising and royalties and the soundtrack? And how am I going to make money from the branding in the film? So until we start thinking about film as a product, I think it's still going to be lacking. It's still, everyone is still focused on the social media and monetizing their content, but there's so much more we can do right from the script and the filming that you can make a lot of money from, and also not just from the production itself. I think it's important to teach filmmakers and creatives, especially the young ones, financial literacy in terms of in savings and investment, so that you're not only rich when they pay for that production. You are investing. You are putting money that will bring back money. You are putting, how many costumers have a boutique where she sells shoes and clothes? How many sound guy has a shop where he's selling ring lights and products to people that want to do sell content? Or how many cinematographers have a barbing salon that's bringing in money daily? You understand? So we need to start thinking of expanding our production money and looking at production not just as a means of giving you money for just that product, but giving you money to help you invest in a product or a shop or in a business that can bring you daily pay, so that when the next film doesn't come, you still have money to eat. You're still looking good. You're still on point. You know? So these are the kind of things I really believe we should start teaching the young generation and the filmmakers, so that we broaden our spectrum and see film not just as a one-off, but as a product we can use to make money. Because a typical filmmaker these days is thinking, okay, let me make money. I am a director. Give me money for this 1.5 or 700. And that's it, he has spent it. But
I heard this particular, I'll call it a phrase because it's more than one word, and it got me laughing. And most people will not understand this. As a businessman, that phrase, daily pay, is very important.
Very.
So tell me, how important is daily pay to the filmmaker?
Well, the filmmakers are always prone to, because we're creatives, so we are constantly need to be in an enabling environment to be able to create in the first place. But then when you do not have the daily pay, you get anxious, you get depressed, you get worried, and in that state, you cannot create. So in order to help you have a more stable mind and body and creative mind to be able to create, you need money in your pockets. And the only way you can get that is by investing in something that can bring a daily pay apart from your creative work. I mean, the other day we were doing something with the Accountability Lab, and we saw some people that, and UNDP, and we saw some people that just saw the very first picture, his very first picture in the year. He's an artist. He painted a picture. And there are some artists too, some of my students that have so great ideas and they haven't gotten the money to shoot and they are just frustrated with the training we have given them. And I'm telling them, just start something. Go online, look for a job online and write and get daily pay from that. And from that daily pay, you can still get money to make your movie or get money to eat, get money to not, because first of all, in the creative industry, especially the film industry, is being looked down upon by lots of people. Family and friends will not give you support. My family and friends give me support, but lots of people don't have it that way. And then when you are already looked upon as a failure, then you are broke.
Majorly, when they see you as a dependent, you come to them for the daily pay instead of you generating the daily pay. Now, this is one side of it that we need to reach out to people and let it sink in their heads. Your ability to take care of yourself as a creative is your number one key to freedom. And whatever you have to do, wherever you need to start, they should start there. They shouldn't build dreams that they don't have pockets to fund. Start where you are. Now, let's bring this back. In the older generation, those before this generation, those in the middle, don't add me to that mix. Now, we've seen this divide where it's spelled more like them and us. That's when it comes to the, this industry, the creative industry. So they look at, okay, it's this people, it's us. So we have Asaba, we have Lagos, we have Kannywood, we have different kind of sanctioning and different people. It will play better if we work together. That we didn't see. That divide was there. That wall was there, and it's been there for a very long time. Now with the younger people, are we seeing a break in those walls that have been created over time? Are we seeing that synergy and seeing people work together and make magic in the industry?
I would love to say yes, but unfortunately, not really. I personally have worked with a lot of places. I've been to Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Abuja, Akwa Ibom, Calabar to shoot, and Kogi, Adamawa. And yes, there is that divide. Even within sectors, even within film schools, graduates, there's still a divide. There's still a clique. There's still, but not dwelling on those problems, I think it's very important to have synergy. Synergy is one word I use a lot, even on my sets. The moment anyone comes on my set, because, okay, we can talk about lack of synergy within the different Kannywood and Asaba Wood and Nollywood, but what about on your own set? When you're on set, there is still a divide. There's lack of synergy. There's gossip, there's shout. I mean, I just finished shooting for the BBC as a senior producer on the latest production in Benin. And every time I was also training some people from EBS, Bones TV and the rest. And they kept staring at me. And I'm like, are you guys okay? They said they've never seen a director like me. I don't shout. When someone yells at you, do you feel comfortable enough to create? No. There was no gossip. I didn't let anything about gossip on my set. If someone hurts you or someone is doing something wrong, walk up to me and tell me, or walk up to the person. There was safeguarding talk before we started, so there was no tapping any girls' butt or doing anything wrong with anybody because we respected each other. Sorry about that on live TV. We respected each other and we were also very professional. And so there was synergy within us. And it tells at the final product, because if there's no synergy, your production shows. So there must be synergy in every set, first of all, before you can think about synergy in the larger spectrum in terms of different people coming together. And then again, there's this thought about, if you come to my set, I am a competition with you. Someone literally said that to me. I can't call Gloria on my set. She's going to come and take over my set, or she's a competition to me. Sweetheart, what I know and what you know, they can't be the same thing. So once there's synergy and trust and bond and wanting to do things the right way, we can put down our egos and put down our fears and trust each other enough to collaborate. Collaboration is so important. Collaboration not only with each other, but collaboration with other industries. The tech industry, for example. I'm talking about AI in the beginning of this show. And if we collaborated with the tech industry, collaborated with green energy, imagine what we can do. And that's what I'm working on for a creative hub that comes together with tech and green energy and be able to produce a place where youths can come, learn, innovate, and work in. That's what we should need to be thinking about for the future.
That's what we should be thinking about. I hope that's what the youth are thinking about. Okay, now let me give you some few minutes to get some water down your throat, because we are taking this particular discussion a notch further. We'll go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at the film industry, and we are asking ourselves, are the young ones ready to take over? They've been in the forefront, and we've been seeing them right in our faces. So is the future of Africa's film industry secure in their hands? We have Gloria, and she's been here and doing the do. So get your minds in the right places. Gloria, welcome back to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you, Chips.
In the history of movie making in Nigeria, now the ladies have been in the forefront when it comes to box office, and they've killed it over and over again. Now this set of beautiful, awesome, award-winning producers, directors who happen to be our blessed females, do you see them passing the torch to these younger ones, or do you see the younger ones following their footsteps? Ladies.
Yeah. Yes, I do see them passing the torch. I am so proud of what they have achieved. I definitely am proud of it because back then when I used to work with the Silverbird in terms of premiering their movies, most of the movies on the box office were always made by men. And so seeing the ladies coming, but once the woman did do something, it shattered the box office, and I was always so proud. So seeing that still repeating itself, I mean, you have Jennifer, you have Jumbo, lots of them coming out, and I'm so proud of them. And passing it on, I think they are. I personally love to pass on my own knowledge to females. Females on my set really run away from me, that's the truth. They do run away from me because I would definitely focus on them and try to make them bring their best out. You know, I have been to 4 different film schools, both in Nigeria and outside the country, and what I have learned to do was fight to be on the camera, fight to direct the production. Why? Because naturally everyone would say, I mean, a guy literally said to me in class, Gloria, go do makeup or welfare, for Christ's sake. Why are you struggling with me to shoot the camera? I'm like, sweetheart, we pay the same school fees. And as a producer, I need to learn what everything about camera is so I can know better as a director if I don't know the camera. So when I have girls on my set, when I have girls in my academy, my graduate master classes, when I'm working for an organization and I am to train youths, I look for the females and I hold on to them very much because I tell them, go do sound. I tell them, go and do camera. And they're like, no, okay, we're doing makeup. I said, leave that makeup. Assistant, I want to be assistant cameraman. I want to be, no, hold the camera and try it out. It won't bite. You know, so building such confidence and resilience in females, I'm not a girl power woman, no. I just want girls to believe in themselves and what they can do, because once they have the passion and they tie that in with the consistency and persistence, they can do wonderful things, and they're very good storytellers. So why not? It's important to pass it down. It's important to pay it forward, and that's what I am trying to do. And I do see some females doing that, and I'm very proud of them.
Okay, thank you very much for paying it forward. Also remember that we are part of this conversation. The guys, we are part of this conversation. Now, let's now look at every other young person out there. Now, generally, do you see the younger people changing the African narrative?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do remember going for the Zuma Film Festival, and the U.S. mission did sponsor Coca. He was an animator that did some stories for Disney World, and it was amazing to see him do stories about Moremi, Princess Moremi, and telling the African story in a way that you can never ever imagine. It's important that the youths focus on research. There's so many stories of the African stories that we could tell beyond those ones that are trending now. That fair, beautiful ladies like me can poison you if you hurt us. No, please. There are greater stories to be told, and I would love to encourage the youth to research on these stories. Be creative, stories that can impact. Because for me, I'm thinking not only about entertainment but also impact. Subconsciously, until youths understand the powerful tool that they have in terms of film production, they can actually change the world, change the way the world views us, change the way the white person next to your sister in London would view her because she has watched one or two Nigerian movies and she's thinking she's going to poison her food. Change the way people view us in terms of, oh, he has a car and a house, he must have done sacrifices, not just work hard. So our stories can be used to change the narrative, change the brand, and change the way people view us internationally, and the way the younger generation would view themselves, and also the hallmark. Oh yes, the hallmark for youths today is just cars and houses and parties. If we told stories about resilient people that are growing up to be something spectacular, that are innovating things, but it's still entertaining, not just impact, I believe we can really change the narrative about who we are to the society, and also influence and inspire other youths to become something better, even people outside our industry.
Okay, now let's look at this other side. Now, for those before this generation, the very elderly ones, and those that have been in this industry for a very long time, what worked for them was majorly collaboration. They had their group, yes, they were divided, yes, but within those divides, there was a lot of collaboration. Sound person, camera person, script director, location, everybody was helping one person for a production, knowing fully well that when it's my turn, they will also come and help. Even with the divide, do we see the younger generation, the younger filmmakers now going beyond that to collaborate better and more? Because that saves a lot of cost. Your budget gets down by over 70% with this kind of collaborations. Do we see the younger ones doing much better than that?
They unfortunately are not doing so well. However, I would say, because there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of wanting to win, wanting to get their awards, wanting to be famous. And that just inhibits their thoughts of, if you collaborate with me, then how do we share the awards? I can't stand alone on the award stage. I can't, So yeah, I really don't see that. But like you said, there is a lot that could be achieved with collaboration. I always teach my students in film schools to look within, look around you. You have enough to start shooting your own film. You have your own costumes, you have your friends' costumes, you have your mommy's dresses. For makeup, you have your sister or that fine girl down the street that is doing makeup. You have the hair person you go to do your hair. She should come do hair for you or borrow you some wigs. You have the guy down the road that has the shoes. You can staple, what do they call this, plaster underneath the shoe and use it for a scene. And by the time the scene is over, you peel off that plaster and the shoe is still brand new. And you tell him thank you. And you mention him in your credits. You can collaborate with so many people. You can call me. Call me. I would do scheduling for you. I would I would go through your script and tell you if it's product worthy and where to go to. So collaboration is very important, and it's something the young ones really need to think about. They really need to think about, because thinking of just the glory and the fame and the attention to yourself it really fades off in the next few minutes and the next few days, and another person's film is better than yours. So why not focus on making great films by collaborating together and having a lasting bond where things can really be better, because at the end of the day, it's about the final product and not just your name.
It's about the final product and not just you. Now, we have tried touching on some issues that pertain to getting things done and doing them well. Now, let's go to this particular side where most people dwell on and forget that solutions make the world go round. Challenges. In your experience over time and interacting with other young filmmakers, what are the major challenges you will see are there stopping the young filmmaker from getting that script to screen?
Like I said, I train youths, not only young filmmakers that want to make movies. Currently, I'm training people in Liberia, Ghana, the UK. I mean, they log into our academy. Even I'm collaborating with Untold Stories to teach so many people. And one thing I see them lacking is, excuse me, funds and the willpower to carry on. I think another thing that they lack is they have great stories, but the motivation to start. That is the biggest challenge they have. The motivation to start something. I keep saying, just start. In fact, carry your phone and shoot. Yes, that's a new training I'm giving right now, making documentaries using your phone. Carry your phone and start shooting. Just start something. Because when you're waiting for that big, huge funds, you're waiting for that company to sign you up, there's none. For now, there's none accessible to you, and those companies will not believe in you until you've done something. So start doing something. Start shooting. Do it 1 minute shoot. It's 1 minute short film that has a great content, that has a good storyline, that has great acting, not just the celebrities acting in the film, but an actress with a very good talent to interpret your script. And you're using lighting of your normal 100 watts and your LEDs from, even your touch light from your phone can do a spotlight on your head. And you're shooting something because you're doing angles that are professional. You're doing edits that are so great, even with CapCut, as little as as great as CapCut is on your phone, you can edit great things. So start. I think that is one of the biggest challenge, the motivation. I could tell you money, but if you give some youths money right now, they might still lack the motivation to start expecting much more, or expecting something bigger, or expecting this celebrity to be on my set, or expecting to travel abroad to shoot that scene. Start. The motivation is the greatest challenge they have.
Motivation before money. Okay, now we've heard and read this narrative for a very long time, that the creative industry can stand side by side with oil and gas and do well. At times, I feel like knocking whoever is writing those things. But now let's ask, is it possible? Is it true? If we have the kind of environment, when I talk about the environment, I'm talking about structure and investment. Is it possible that the creative industry in Africa can generate that much?
Everything is possible, especially in the creative industry. Creative industry is much wider. When you come to oil, you're looking at what? Diesel, kerosene, gas. But when it comes to creative industry, you're looking at music, sound score, soundtrack. You're looking at lighting. You're looking at the garbs, the dresses, the costuming. You're looking at makeup. You're looking at skits, documentaries, advertisements. You're looking at shows. You're looking at music. You're looking at documentaries, short films, social media. is a huge business. It's a huge platform to make money from. You're looking at film festivals. So do I go on? I used to compare it with just the gas, kerosene, and diesel. So until we see film as a product, we cannot see it as a business where we can make money from. And it's a huge business. If we are professional about it, if we do things the right way, and if we collaborate together, definitely every part of the industry, and only just the film industry itself, can produce a lot of money. And there's an interest in it. There's an interest in the terms of the target audience that wants to view your production. There's an interest in the youths that want to make the skits and shoot. So why not train them to be professionals? Why not train them to take the right pictures, to take the right shots, to make their skits more meaningful and shorter? Some skits just drag on, sorry, but more meaningful. And yeah, if we just do it right, shucks, it is a huge business. Talking about tours.
For those that are wondering, SOUQ Pulse will say we get productive. That is the goal. The goal is to get Africa moving, is to get us grinding, is to get us looking at every other continent or countries out there and tell ourselves we can't keep sitting on our butt. We stand up and we walk. You're shocked to hear that from me. Don't worry. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. This is where we tell ourselves directly to our faces, wash your hands, get them dirty, and get working. I want to say thank you very much for coming in. We went to the entertainment industry. It's a good, beautiful Friday, and we tell ourselves it doesn't matter the sector. As long as we can play, then let us play. Thank you very much for coming to SOUQ Pulse, Gloria. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you.
And our pleasure, the entire crew, having you. Thank you.
Thank you. To the youth, just start and believe in yourself and just do it right. Keep learning. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Keep learning, she said. Now, remember this. We have no excuse. We have no excuse at all. So get up and work. And for every creative out there, collaborate. If it's script you have, if it's difficult, sell it. Don't hold too tight to it. The longer you hold to an idea, it disappears to another head. That is the way it works. But if you have an idea you can't bring to life, look for collaboration. If it's difficult, sell it. Another will come. But don't stay stagnant. We have to work. Don't wait for the perfect time. There will never, ever be one. And remember, the person you're looking at and think help can't come, that might be where the help is. I'm talking to creatives right now. And to every young person out there, killing it, well done. Remember, you came from somewhere. So assist those that are behind you. To everyone that has been part of this production today, I say thank you very much to every crew, to Black, to Shola, to Godson, Patrick, Chike, yes, you heard your name, to Gladys, thank you very much, to Austin, thank you. Remember, this is the weekend. Be your brother's keeper. Get Africa moving. Get your hands dirty and get it to work. We love you here on SOUQ News, and this is SOUQ Pulse, telling you we'll do this again on Monday. Be nice. Bye.
Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News. Keep watching SOUQ News. Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The MPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the MPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amatu, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafo, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020, for the refinery aimed at solving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 Naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 Naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion Naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion Naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and SOUQ Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, SOUQ Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion Naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion Naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million Naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion Naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion Naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion Naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion Naira Tertiary Education Grant Schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion Naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion Naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion Naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Creativity is an extensive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts, and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer, most of which emerged from art therapy workshops at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUT, where children were encouraged as they explore themes of hope, survival, and friendship. The compositions, spontaneous expressions, doodles, sketches, and vibrant experiments all allowed these young artists to let their feelings flow onto the canvas. These creations, which at times might seem awkward in appearance to some individuals, carries profound meaning, as the co-curator of the gallery, Phoebe Jeffrey Broha, commended the children's artistic outputs, acknowledging that these works are far more than playful creations. They represent vital channels of self-expression, helping the children navigate their emotions and finding comfort through their creativity.
The pieces for this particular exhibition were created during the workshops. As I mentioned before, we really wanted to focus on the joy that a lot of the children like to create and express. So this particular piece, for example, I believe was made by 3 children all at once. We very often see that the kids love to collaborate on pieces together. So something that is quite important to us is to track which child made which piece, how old they are, capturing the intent and the story behind the piece as well. And this piece in particular really stuck out to us, so this is the central piece for the exhibition. The Cancer Foundation has been around for 20 years now. The founder is Dr. Neka Nwobi, and they're very multifaceted, so their focus is on childhood cancer research. There's not a lot of research out there specifically about childhood cancer. Their second thing is supporting the families. So parents and siblings go through a number of things when a child has cancer. First of all, there's very intensive treatment such as chemotherapy. Very often they end up losing their jobs during the time that their child is receiving treatment because they don't have access to be able to care for their child and go to work. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is helping to pay for cancer treatments as well.
The exhibition's theme, Hope Blooms, captured the idea that creativity can flourish even in the face of adversity. Through their artwork, The children not only communicated their hopes and struggles, but also built a sense of community, forming friendships that support them on their journey. The event aimed to raise awareness and funds, with proceeds directed towards initiatives that provide essential care and resources to children battling cancer.
These two particular pieces are part of a 4-part series that the Children's Art Gallery did in the workshop that we did with the Cancer Foundation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. These in particular are calligraphy prints. Something that we really try to focus on when we're doing the workshops is educating with intent. So instead of just saying, oh, this is how you paint, we're looking at, okay, what do kids need that kind of builds their educational blocks. And we also look at cultural ties as well, so maybe teaching about traditional crafts that aren't typically covered in schooling. So now with the calligraphy prints, the method directly kind of ties into the method of how you would make batik fabrics or adire fabrics, for example. So calligraphy prints are blocks that you take and then you tie various things around them like strings or different 3D elements, and then you actually stamp the paper or the fabric. So that was quite dynamic for the kids. I think they really enjoyed it. Obviously working with something that's very tactile for them. I know I keep saying this, but this is also one of my favorite pieces from the exhibition. It's not often that we see such intense portraiture done. I think a lot of children, well, for this particular exhibition, a lot of them tried to focus on maybe landscape pieces. This piece is titled Inner Reflection, and it's a very conceptual piece. I think it's a representation of kind of how one sees themselves in other people. You know, if you have someone who's supporting you, who's looking at you with a loving perspective, you're going to look at yourself with that same perspective as well. And so you almost see this image that is almost a mirror, but not quite. There's two people that look similar to each other that are gazing at each other, but they're also independent from each other.
Open to the public in order to engage with the artwork and contribute to the cause, the exhibition served as a touching reminder of the healing power of creativity and how such initiatives can uplift young artists and their families. Supporting events like Hope Blooms not only acknowledge the bravery of these children, but also helps foster a future where their creativity, resilience and strength can continue to flourish. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The Economic Forum Series, in partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprise, conveyed the inaugural Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Finance Award to recognize and celebrate organizations that have made impacts in the sector. The event, which held on the 27th day of September 2024 at the Civic Center, Ozumba Mbadiwe, Victoria Island, Lagos, also received sponsorship from Heirs Holdings, MasterCard and 15 other established partners to make the event colorful. The award ceremony was essential to the continued growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in the country. The CEO of Economic Forum Media Limited, Jude Undu, and CEO Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited, Ugodre Obichukwu, described MSMEs as the backbone of Nigeria's economy, highlighting their importance to the nation's GDP.
This award, we strongly believe that the opportunity to create a platform to promote MSME ecosystem is just at the right time. This award is curated, conceptualized and convened by the Economic Forum Series in a strategic partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprises. The award is a hybrid event where other participants are joining us online across the social media digital platforms. We will begin with some goodwill messages from our special guests.
SMEs are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, and at Nairametrics, we have encouraged and developed almost a decade now. We focus on MSMEs. MSMEs as well will contribute 50% of our GDP and employ over 80% of our workforce. With over 41 million SMEs in Nigeria, we represent the spirit of innovation, resilience, and determination that will propel Nigeria forward.
The representative of the Katsina State Governor delivered the goodwill message and outlined initiatives aimed at empowering MSMEs.
Programs like this award is an inspiration to all of us to continue expanding our opportunities for the businesses to grow, adopt, compete in the both national and the global level. I want to commend all the nominees and award recipients for their remarkable contribution to the development of our economy. You represent the spirit of enterprise that depends on challenges of significance, but you are very determination and creativity to ensure that the future of the SMEs are brighter in Nigeria.
This is an award, MSME Awards and Recognition Night. It's been organized by Nairametrics. Nairametrics is the leading financial literacy medium in Nigeria, working together with Economic Forum, with the support from the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They've come up with this idea to recognize organizations and individuals who have done so much in the MSME ecosystem in Nigeria. The MSMEs, according to research, contribute significantly to the gross domestic product of Nigeria. Every society that grows, if it goes to other jurisdictions, all countries where you see development, they are driven largely by the medium, small, and enterprises, MSMEs. And in Nigeria, it is not an exception. You've seen how individuals, small businesses who have grown to become medium are pulling their own weight in their own little way. You go on Instagram, you see all manner of businesses that people are attending to, most of them employing like 5 staffs, sucking in the unemployment level in Nigeria.
The Vice President, Customer Solutions Center and West Africa at MasterCard, Kari Tuka, during the fireside chat outlined the impacts made by MasterCard in driving equitable access to financial challenges. She explained that MasterCard is out to make the MSME's transactions seamless.
And mobilizing access to digital economy. It's a global initiative that pulls NGOs, government agencies, a lot of global assets together to solve for pain points that SMEs have in the local market. We have jointly committed to including 100 million SMEs into the digital economy by the year 2030.
Please can we put an Oscar for that, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear that?
That focus will continue to work together, and we start to identify relevant partnerships in Nigeria that can also further foster that agenda. My dream is SME, all SMEs are financially included, digitally included, are enabled with the right tools, capability, access to credit. I remember that the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the FIRS mentioned tax, right? Part of the reason why a lot of the SMEs don't want to be digitized is because they don't want the cost of tax burden. So we need to find a way to ensure that we are collectively helping the SME run their business in the most efficient and profitable manner. And that is the commitment that MasterCard is making in the way that we continue to develop solutions and innovate for the SMEs in Nigeria and across Africa.
The event also featured award presentation where the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Temitola Adekule Johnson, received the Honorary Award for Excellence in Government Policy and Intervention Program for MSMEs. Meanwhile, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malam Diko Umaru Rada, received the Best MSMEs Governor of the Year. Zenith Bank won the award for Best MSMEs Trade Finance, while MasterCard won the award for the Best MSME in Financial Inclusion FinTech Card, and eTransact claimed the award for Best in Payment Security, Data Protection and Fraud Prevention. Some of the recipients who spoke to our correspondents expressed gratitude to the organizers for the recognition. SOUQ News Television caught up with the SSA to the President on MSMEs and job creation.
It's fulfilling when you get recognized, not by the norm, not by those that when you get recognized outside your space, it means that whatever it is, whatever efforts you're putting in, is yielding results. I mean, there's always room for more, so we'll continue to strive, to excel, to continue to do more for the MSME space. I feel great, and I thank the organizers of this award. Any entity or any private sector or anywhere that wants to do something like they want to encourage them to continue to encourage both MSME actors, should it be the business owners or those regulators. It is actually good to continue to encourage and support them in what they are doing. So urge more people to do things like this.
Other dignitaries that graced the occasion include Senior Special Assistant to the President's Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Temitola Adekule Johnson, Representative of the Executive Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service FIRS, Collins Osage Omokaro, Special Advisor on Communication and Advocacy to the Executive Chairman of FIRS, Group Head, Brand Management and Corporate Communications of Polaris Bank, Rashid Bolarinwa, among others. There were also representatives from banks, fintech companies, AXA Mansard job creation organizations, as well as industry players. By spotlighting the contributions of key players in MSME, the awards encourage more innovation, greater investment, and better collaboration within the MSME ecosystem.